up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
It has been over a month since the hammer was lifted at the 6th Invitational, and that means it is time to kick off a new year of Siege Esports with new organizations and new players as well. My name is Anne, I'll be your host for today, and joining me in the studio we have Alfama and Fresh, and guys, we already talked about it, lots of new players, and Alfama, you must be happy, there's even more French players.
I'm so excited. Honestly, I'm trying still to run the statistics because I don't know if it's the season with the most French Pro League players since, I don't know, maybe back in the days, the ESL Pro League in Europe. I don't know, but at least it feels like they're everywhere in every single roster. We've got a full French one. I think they're like...
rosters? Falcons?
Yeah, I think they're
G2,
5 different rosters.
Secret, Shifters, and a full French. Yeah, that's 5.
Yeah, it's insane. Half of the teams in EML have a French player on them. It just, you know, goes to show the talent in our region. But I will say this, it was absolutely incredible to witness the roster mania after SI.
Yeah.
Roster changes everywhere. 10 teams in EML. Not a single one is the same roster as last year. I just love it.
Yeah, there was all those rage bait tweets on the timeline basically saying, you've not seen anything like this, but they were actually not rage bait this time. Every single roster that represented EML in 2025 has changed at least one person on that roster. Every single one of them. No rosters have stayed the same. Everybody wants it for 2026.
Well, it's time to dive into that, of course, with a new year of competition, new formats as well, right? The kickoff is entirely new, so it's time we explain to you what this kickoff is all about. We're working with 2 different groups here. We'll have 10 teams divided up in those 2 groups, as we're talking about. At the end of this best of 1 round-robin phase, we will say goodbye to the bottom team of each group to then move on to a double elimination bracket phase. And that means at the end of that double elimination bracket phase, Jack will send 4 teams over the pond to the Salt Lake City Major.
Yeah, exactly. It's a nice, short, condensed format. There's a lot of Siege and it comes thick and fast. And yeah, of course, we will send 4 teams to the Salt Lake City Major. And we still are expecting the top 3 teams, I would say, in terms of last year's Secret, G2 and Falcons to be making it. But that 4th spot feels very up for grabs.
And we can already look, and we've seen that the Group 2 already has Falcons and Secret in the same. That's going to go crazy. Oh, G2 and Falcons, sorry, in the same. That's going to go crazy. That's going to be tomorrow. So for all of the G2 fans, you'll have to wait a little bit more, a little bit longer. But that group is going to be intense.
Let's have a look at our schedule for today. As we already mentioned, 4 best of 1s will be coming at you today. But if you are a G2 fan or a Falcons fan, you will have to wait until tomorrow. But rest assured, there's tons of bangers on the menu still for today. Lots of new organizations, as we were talking about as well. We finally get that meta representation in the Europe Meta League as well. New orgs coming back in me. We're looking at Heretics coming in with a different organization here. Rebels as well, back in Siege. Me, Leo, we've not seen that organization in a very long time.
Yeah, it was since, I remember I saw them winning the Spanish League, although in 2020 they won the Iberia Cup as well. They had many national titles. They already loved the game. Obviously, they had David De Guy, the owner, that absolutely loves the game and at the same time wanted to get involved with Siege again. This time they're involved, but at a top level internationally. And also Heretics, another Spanish org joining us. And if we look at this, I'm really happy. We get another community involved, another country involved, guys that are super engaged about the game. You know, what is there any reason not to be happy about this? Especially because, you know, it's a full French roster as well.
Said it again, haven't you? No, but I will say it's like that's the good thing about EML this year. I think the last 2, 3, 4 years of Europe and MENA League, we've seen a lot of mixed teams and mixed rosters. We're now getting full rosters with full national identities, orgs with big communities behind them that haven't really been in the game for, you know, for a little while as well. So there's a lot going on this year.
And it does also mean that every team inside of EML for this year looks different than what we saw last year. Now, even for the top 3 teams, and that is the biggest thing, right? Our esports been around the block for a little while, but the fact that we have some of the biggest roster changes we have ever had in this recent roster window, I mean, looking at those top 3 teams, Leo, so much has changed. And I mean, if you're a Shaco fan, for example, you gotta invest into some different jerseys this time around.
I mean, we spoke about how big that roster mania was. I think this is the cherry on the cake. I think we look at these teams, we look at Secret, Falcons, and G2. They were dominating the world the entire season, but they were missing titles. I mean, Secret got EWC, but they failed to get SI in the grand final. Falcons, they were the team that everybody was expecting to really come thriving in 2025. During the season, they didn't get a single title. And if you look at G2, after Stompin's arrival, they looked amazing. They went all the way to the grand final of EWC and then nothing. Not a single grand final after that. So if you look at this, yes, they were amazing rosters, but they were missing one final ingredient to get a title. If we look at this, Jack, they're trying to find that ingredient now.
Yeah, I think all of these teams are obviously chasing improvement. I think Secret were a little bit unlucky in that the team didn't have a lot of say in their roster transfer window. They had 2 big components ripped out from them in Adrian and Doom, as you can see on your screen. But I think they were very, very smart with bringing in Citizen and Nath as like-for-like replacements. Falcons, they went for the jugular. When do you see a top team poach the best player of another top team in esports, in CG sports? It very, very rarely happens. That's exactly what Falcons did. Of course, they had to make way on their team. They're a team full of superstars. So Shaiko did make way, but then he goes to the 3rd top team in our league in G2. It's been crazy. And that was the one that was, for me, was just the biggest transfer storyline this window.
Oh, absolutely. And the fact that it's the 2 teams in that top 3, the 6 Invitational, that are making these big, impactful roster changes, that's just making me really excited for what is to come. I mean, we're talking about the tip of the iceberg with our top 3 teams, of which 2 are only playing tomorrow, looking at that schedule again, but it's so much more inside the EML, right? When we go to the teams that have just made it back into EML or made it into the EML, we're speaking of a Heretics, we're speaking of a Rebels in those first 2 games today. We see that our tier 2 siege scene inside of EML is so strong that we can send a team to the 6 Invitational, and then when they go to play the Challenges Series, Jack, they don't even make it in the tier 1 scene either. Like, that just means the scene is so strong, so competitive, and it shows good promises for our grassroots as well.
Absolutely, yeah. We saw Heretics, the old Heretics, I guess we now call them, at the 6 Invitational, as you say. They didn't qualify. I think Challenger Series itself was ridiculously competitive. There was a lot of teams who could have made it. There was maybe a couple of teams who should have made it and didn't, but like you say, it just goes to show how strong that is. Of course, there's a whole load of tier 2 competitions going on in Europe that those teams still get to play as well.
And that's what we've seen so far with Rainbow Rumble, already Central Combine that's going to arrive really quickly in a couple of months as well. Like, we see the tier 2 circuit being built, and we see all of these teams sticking together despite not making it to tier 1. You can see that investment pays off. It's the same story, for example, for Rebels. They stuck together for a whole year, and it paid off in the end. And I think that consistency, they're trying to develop it in the grassroots right now.
Yeah, it's of course opportunities for these teams. We'll see that new Heretics roster in our first game of the day here, jumping into Group A for Shifters versus Heretics. Now, I think there's also opportunities for these teams. I mean, we're speaking of players that are making their debut. We're speaking of experience in the rosters as well, particularly on the side of Shifters. Now, the main concern is they didn't have the greatest of years last year inside of Siege. And in fact, Leo, you might have some of that inside information being French yourself as well. It could have been a potentially even further different Shifters that we would see here at the start of 2026 in Siege.
Yeah, they were maybe going for a shift.
Okay.
Because they were obviously not even acknowledging it. Okay, that's fine. I was not preparing it. I just had the idea in mind. I will say this about Shifters. They were previously known as BDS and had a huge history in the game. So when they built this roster, obviously everyone had expectation about it. And if you look at the whole year, there was some success in qualifying to the Munich Major, but failing to make it to SI, I think, really was the nail in the coffin for that roster. They needed to make roster changes. And so they tried many different things. Maybe they tried other IGLs. I remember hearing of Neko, for example, being trialed because P4 was lacking in terms of individual gunfights and in statistics. And they were trying other players around, maybe Sarks from Fnatic as well, we heard. You know, this roster was trying to figure out the right recipe. In the end, Jack, they chose consistency. They chose to basically gather Freck, Lasmo, P4, and Robbie, retain P4 as the IGL, Robbie, Lasmo, Freck, give them more time to be more consistent at the top level, and they swap Virtue for Blaz, which, for me, Jack, is a direct upgrade.
Yeah, I think so. I think on paper, definitely an upgrade. Obviously, Blaz is a younger, maybe more gun skill heavy player.
Hunger maybe as well.
Hunger, yeah. He was previously on G2 as well. And if you look at it, this is a team that was middle of the table in Shifters/BDS last year that are going for a player that was on a top team, that was in our top 3 teams inside of Europe. So it's an upgrade on what they previously had. So in theory, on paper, it works. There's still a couple of question marks, like you say, about the IGLing, about the consistency, but that's what they've got to prove.
And we don't mean to be negative, Nancy, so early on here in the EML kickoff, but with the looks of Group A, and so many unknowns as well, this could be a matchup of who eventually falls out on that 5th spot here and won't make it to the bracket phase. And especially for Shifters who have a day off tomorrow, they're looking to make a good start here in the kickoff. And the same goes for Heretics, right? That full new roster looking to make a good impression on their first day in Tier 1. I mean, some familiar faces that we saw last year with Matchgo, but the fact that we again, Jack, have a full Italian roster is huge for the Italian Siege community.
Yeah, it's absolutely great for the scene, the fact that there is another. Of course, we did have Matchgo in the league last year. They ended up giving their, taking their spot away. And now we've got Heretics who qualified under the brand name. Oh, I can't say it. Can you say it for me? Giglioletti? I can't say it.
I think it's Giglioletti. I'm happy we're here with Heretics.
I can't say it. I'm glad they signed Heretics, but it is, of course, Aquidora and Lolo as the existing players of that previous Matchco roster. And then they've picked up Riaz and Zara as well. And that's the young blood that they needed, Leo.
Yeah, they definitely needed that, because if you look at their roster last year, they struggled with consistency because they didn't have a full 5. If you look at Ghost, the 5th player on the stage 1, he was heavily underperforming. They dropped him, tried to pick up Raiden. He didn't go so well as well. So they were struggling to find Italian players that had the same level. They were playing at the Tier 1 level, and they dropped Deb afterwards. So they dropped the player that had the best firepower, that had the best stats, that maybe had the most experience, rebuilt around these 2 new players. Now, I'm super excited about them. About Zara, of course, playing a bit more as a support, but mainly about Riaz, because everyone has been watching his aim clips. Absolutely insane. And if you look at the reactions from his clips from Challenger Series all around the world, he's getting praises from KZ in Brazil, from Jigsaw in Australia, and from Doki that states that apparently he's just the best player ever. If you go on his social channels, go tag Riaz on Twitter or on YouTube, go check his videos, you'll see how good he is in terms of aim. It's actually crazy, the shots that he hit during Challenger Series. I'm very excited to see him play against the best players in EML, because I will see if that potential translates from ranked hero / competitive player in Tier 2 to actually being able to hit those clips at the highest level.
It's a whole different mindset, but yeah.
That's the big thing for me. Can it translate over from Challenger Series?
Yes, I mean, yes, it's a very interesting aim style, right? Very interesting mechanics that we're seeing from this player in particular. We mentioned Zara as well, only 18 years old, so a lot of pressure for these players inside their first match here, that first best of 1. So we can have a look at the map, Vito, and see where the first matchup of EML 2026 will be taking place. Seems like we're going to Bank, Leo. Any thoughts on that map?
I'm not surprised to see it. So the thing is, if you look at the journey to go to Tier 1 for Heretics, they had to go all the way to Challenger Series and play playoff. Now, in playoffs, they didn't drop a single match. They won every single one, quarterfinal, semi-final, and then all the way into the upper grand final to make it to EML. Now, the important thing is, in every single one of these 3 BO3s, they played one map, and that was Bank. They won 7-5 against the current Rebels, 7-4 against the former Team Heretics, and 7-5 against Maestro SK. All those were really close, and they showed the map 3 times. If I'm Shifters, and I only have 1 match to prepare today, I know I'm gonna land on Bank, I go heavily on that one, and I counter-strat Jack.
Yeah, that's where the benefit of them having the day off tomorrow really comes into it, because they can go in hard, they can go in on the counter strat, and it's recent and relevant VODs on this team that they've got. We know that Shifters have a plethora of support staff. We know they've got a lot of good minds and do like that counter prep. Their Bank isn't a map that they absolutely love themselves. They lost it in SI Open Quals. They played it up against G2 a couple times, but they don't tend to play it a lot. So it does scream to me that this is a counter prep map.
Right, and having that information and knowing these 2 teams and seeing what they've done on this map in recent history, any ideas, Jack, of who might be coming out victorious for our first matchup here?
I think if you're Shifters, you're looking for a statement of intent here, because this is a new team to this league. This is a new team to this level in terms of Heretics, their opponents. And you're wanting consistency of your players. You're wanting to prove that actually you belong in the upper echelons of this league. So I think if all things were balanced, you would expect Shifters to kick on. However, if the better players from Heretics can really translate their performance, if we start seeing Riaz and Zara, going crazy like they were in Challenger Series, they can cause a real problem today.
The reality is only one of these teams in the group will end up, not going further in the playoffs. And I think that target is on Heretics. As the new kids on the block, with two new rookies, they are the teams that are expected to end up fifth in that group. So right now, it's all no pressure to me. Like they made it to tier 1. This is Kickoff. This is the first time they play at this level with all 5 together with the 2 new rookies. I'm not expecting any pressure on this side. This is the moment to just gain experience. You have multiple matchups in this group to make it. It's the moment to just let loose and have fun.
Well, it is time to kick off because the first match is ready, so we'll send you to our casters, Ace and Fluke.
Thank you very much, and welcome to match 1 of the EML kickoff. You've got me, Ace Pyrite. Desachu is unfortunately sick. Get well soon, Des, but coming to my rescue is the wonderful M.
It's always a joy to be joined with such a stylish person, bringing all the heat, bringing all the attention. And Des, may he climb out of the well I guess he fell into. I don't really know where he is. But we get to open. Oh my god, another year of EML, Tim.
It's exciting stuff, isn't it? And we are starting off with a big one. We're going to Bank, and we've got Shifters versus Team Heretics, 2 of our, I won't say new rosters necessarily, but certainly newer. We've seen plenty of these players. If I do a quick count, I think we've seen at least 8 of them in EML before. There are 2 newbies. We've got Riaz and Zara, who are going to be joining us for their first one at tier 1 level, but plenty of experience in the server, just maybe not together in all cases.
No, I think it's when you hit tier 1, right? When you've sort of built yourself up to a level. We often had this conversation if we're going to sort of look at specific names. Robbie was a great one, right? Robbie came into a team that it was a new sort of language, new sort of setting. You're finding your feet and finding your semblance. We've had a lot of strong Italian teams, but to get themselves a clean slate entrance like this, obviously. Okay, as clean slate as it was, it technically came down to a single round on a best of 3 series where they beat the old ex-team Heretics to then progress forward, and if that had gone away from them, they probably wouldn't have got the contract and wouldn't have got the position. However, here's their chance, right? Here's their chance for these players to get together and get themselves sort of set in and see if they can try and make a mark in a way that we haven't really had in the Italian region since, when was the last SI Paris, not the one that we've just had?
The last SI Paris was 2021. It was
2021, and I think that was the time when we had, at the time, Makers make a pretty decent deep run. Really, since then, I think Italy has been screaming in Italian, I assume, let's go.
I mean, you could expect, no less, really. I mean, we've got to remember the core of this Heretics team, those 3 players that we talk about that were previously on Matchcore. They've been through that process a couple of times now of having to qualify. They did it for Matchcore. They got themselves into EML. They've gone through the process again. They have shown their quality time and time again. And so it's not going to be an easy matchup for Shifters to start off with today, but the Shifters roster, BDS previously, they've had a little bit of time together now. Blaz has obviously joined them. Come in, Lasmo's going to start things off with a belter onto Dora, and that is a big takedown as well with the Tachanka off the board. That's a lot of your denial dealt with. Lasmo manages to find Zara as well. 5 versus 3 in the blink of an eye. Still got Sense on the board, and Grim, they're laughing here as Shifters in round 1.
Well, Riaz might be starting to get himself ready for some clips, as it was already sort of highlighted what he can do. But at this point, Shifters, they've gone shifting. Tim wasted no time, get themselves in onto open, get themselves the control here on towards the main stairs, and eyes on, right? 2 minutes. They have to get themselves cleared through on towards the hatches, on towards the pressure below. There's just no real stretch of pressure and no real Riaz either. Freck. Well, this is an introduction in towards T1 and EML. We talked about how good the region can be. And this is almost like a hazing ritual here. A flawless round introduction. Welcome to EML 2026.
I've got a phrase that I like to use in situations like this, and it is welcome to big school. And that is exactly where Riaz and Sarah find themselves now. They're going to have to wake up quickly. I'm sure that they will do. I'm sure we're going to be seeing better coming out of them, but certainly a rough ride for Heretics. Let's focus, though, on what Shifters did well, what Shifters did right there. Opportunity spotting, straight into server, took a gunfight, won it. Great opener. You take down the Tachanka, who isn't supposed to be fighting that opening fight. He's there for your denial. They don't have smoke. They've got Goyo and Tachanka. That's the plan. So you don't want to lose him that early. He goes down, and then they get the second at the bottom of blue stairs. And I understand why Heretics have come to fight that fight, because they can't just give up server. They know they can't, because if they do, they're going to have a player cut off anyway. So you've got to take the fight. You've got to try and slow it down. They're probably assuming at that point maybe it's even a rush in through server. So they try to take the fight. They lose it. Shifters do brilliantly from there, because what they know is in a 5 versus 3 Heretics, there's no way that they're going to be challenging those upper floors. They don't have the manpower, and they were all back on site. So they start taking that map control, but immediately the pressure in sight as well, because they've got that man advantage. They can just send one person to start taking map control, whilst the others still opportunity spot on site. Great stuff from Shifters. Love to see it. Strong start, 1-0.
Now, there is obviously the elements of the changes that come into us with the side, where 2 steps away, you have a very old, experienced voice. Leave a team replaced by somebody who has come from one of the stronger teams, the teams that outperformed Shifters last year in Blaz. But Blaz sort of left in a situation where there were a couple of question marks, and not in a sort of negative way, but in a, was it just an ill-fitting position, and what is a tough roster to find a position in? A lot of aggression inside G2, and maybe Blaz, if he's feeling on towards a sort of more active role, something where he can be a bit more in and amongst the fight as we get our immediate break on towards Kanto, well, maybe not. The grenade wasn't quite able to get rid of whatever was holding on towards there, and that's probably who they have to thank for it. A clash and a full dedication here on towards the Kanto position. At what point here do Shifters try and peel themselves away to him, start putting pressure on the other side? Immediately, it seems so.
Yeah, I like this from Heretics, because normally on Bank, of course, we'd see that Ace Hibana combo banned away quite often so that you can play elevators. Heretics, they haven't gone for that. They've gone with the Monte Capitao, but they're still playing elevators, and they're keeping it safe, even with both Ace and Hibana on board. They've managed to keep it electrified. They've managed to keep that long angle in their possession, and you can see straight away the impact it's having this round versus the first round. We've got 5 left alive for the defenders. They're holding their positions, and right now it's Shifters after nearly 2 minutes in the round. They're on the back foot here. They're stalling out a little bit. They're not clearing these power positions, and they're going to have to find a plan B.
Narrow angles, and well, here's almost that leftover time from the previous round put together. The flashes come on towards top white. People takes a little bit of damage, but he's able to pull away, as is the clash. Most importantly, it doesn't matter how many bees sort of buzz around her. She can just grab that shield and get out of there, hold the position, turn it into a new power corner, and move on the back of it. Tucks round on the either side, but Lolo tears the head off the first, and here, Tim, here comes that quick collapse, wrapping themselves around. Although they've got inside the site, the Clash can just push them right back in. They've got no surround on either of the players. P4 goes for the lock-in here. Great take from Lasmo. Great take on towards the back of the Clash too, and suddenly they've got the plant down, got themselves the split, Tim.
I really feel for Heretics here. You looked at it and you thought they had a grip on this top floor, that they were going to be able to hold on to it, that they were forcing Shifters to lose bodies when that opening fight was lost on the gold stairs, but it just hasn't been enough. Shifters have still been able to go to that plan B that I spoke about. What are we going to do differently? We can't open elevator wall. We'll try and push up gold stairs. It didn't work. It doesn't matter, because we've got players in other positions. We've got P4 on a long angle from top square. We've got players on windows. We are making it very difficult for Heretics to be able to rotate, to be able to move around inside a site. And as they did, they walked into those lines of sight, and Shifters able to pick up those kills as they did. And we just saw that quick flurry that switched it from a 5v4, Heretics blink, and they're in a 1v4. A rough round for them in round 2 again. And it's been a tough start so far, but I am impressed with what I am seeing out of Shifters. It looks like there's good leadership there. There's good opportunity spotting. They are looking sharp.
So, What do you do if the first 2 rounds get pulled away from you like that, Tim? A timeout. But we do not actually have the HUD working, unfortunately, right now. And we will not have listen-ins as well. That is only going to be a part of the live stage. At this point, I guess it's just reset, right? You want to try and rebalance the scales. You want to sort of say, okay, this isn't how I want to take my first steps in towards the sort of ballroom of brawling that is Tier 1. Need to try and get yourself mentally reasserted and balanced back in, especially with the position of power that they had here, the swing round, the pressure in the collapse. As I said it before, although they had these positions without the man advantage, they didn't quite have either side of a pin, right? They didn't quite have that single little thread of a defense that you can pull your way across from, and then suddenly, oh, they've been able to find something amongst it. And is that the difference of, say, a Tier 1 team against others, Tim?
Bomb located by attackers.
Very well could be. We will see a bit of a direct comparison here because they are going to be defending open area, but it means they're going to be holding top floor. So let's see what Heretics can do differently this time. Whilst we've had that tactical timeout as well, it's a good opportunity to give you a little bit of information. You've probably already seen it on the socials. You may have already seen it in action if you've been watching APL, as I have. But at the halfway mark, we will have an additional, it's effectively a tactical timeout, but we'll just call it a timeout, the half timeout, if we will. So when we get to that halfway mark, once we've played 6 rounds, there will be a 2-minute break during which the coach and the teams can talk to each other, much like they would in a tactical timeout. Just gives them that opportunity to break down what's going to be happening in the second half. We will give the desk the chance to break it down as well. So you'll be seeing the lovely faces of Anne, Leo and Fresh during that 2 minutes, but that's what's going to happen when we get to the end of round 6.
A moment of weighing things up here. Shifters, they had great pace before, and then, well, everything started to go wrong, and this could be an introduction. Zara, ready and waiting. The drone will roam up. They have some support. They have the castle structure, and you can see that they've sort of realized, okay, we need to stress them on the map, right? Let's not just give them the easiest route in, and that's a great conversation to have. One of the biggest problems as he looks away at maybe one of the worst possible times, Akwi's able to slip his way back round, is the sheer fact of fear. If you're a new team coming in, if you're a Tier 2 team especially, and you're up against a Tier 1 and they start to roll and roll and roll, well, then it becomes par for the course. But put them on a different course, change where the bunkers are, see if you can shake how far away the goal is, and suddenly
Changing map.
you can try and get a little bit more pressure back on. In towards the top though, Tim. Everybody's still standing. Oh, I said, and it falls apart.
I think that's an important kill there. Getting Zara into the game. Riaz has lost his life without a kill this time. You feel like they need those new players to just get running here, to get themselves comfortable as Shifters and their experienced frontline Blaz walking in manages to get a couple of kills. They start taking some control, but Zara has fought back brilliantly here. 3 kills in the round, fighting from outside of the site to just try and create a situation where he can get something going. Robbie does have diffuser. He's got one above though, and he's got one on marble stairs ready to challenge. Just need to be careful here because Akwi could just drop the hatch quite easily, but I'm not sure they're aware of the plant going down here. He looks to go for the challenge, but it's a little bit late. He gave the opportunity for Robbie, and Robbie was more than happy to take it. What a clutch from Robbie. 1v2, gets the diffuser down. Akwi, I can only assume, hasn't heard that from the hatch. It's got to be the easiest drop of your life.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. There's sort of those moments, right, when you think worst case scenario, what happens after a timeout? Worst case scenario, what happens on a thing? There's clutches against you. There's moments like that that peel against you because nothing ruins momentum more. Nothing ruins mental more than your opponents pulling out a clutch and pulling out this little sort of shifty motion, this little sort of suspicious play. And Robbie, how capable is he? Seemingly unendingly. And yet, there was what Zarami was able to deliver a sort of 3K, get the team fighting, get the pressure still on. But at this point, you know, how do you adapt? How do you change things there? Just drive on through the 2 versus 2 into the 2 versus 1, gets the down, gets the drop. And I mean, how many clips must this player? And it sort of made reference of Robbie at the start of this, right? As a player who got in, made a bit of a name for himself on a roster where he operated slightly different to the others. And then here has been able to build and build and build amongst the team. And we find ourselves, Tim, in the first tech pause of EML 2026. How does it feel?
I mean, it wouldn't be a day one without a tech pause.
It wouldn't be a day one without
it just really wouldn't. You know, there's no issues there. We'll get this one ironed out just as quick as we can and we'll be back in. But yeah, interesting round there. Interesting round. Shifters, I think, are actually playing really good Siege. Heretics, you know, maybe a little bit slow to the start. Like I said, they need to be getting Zara and Riaz just like really comfortable in the game. And, you know, there's going to be nerves there. It's their first game at this sort of level. You know, EML, and it's the first play day of the competitive year. So lots for them to process, but I'm sure that they are going to sharpen up. I think one thing I want to touch on, we haven't actually seen it yet, and I'm interested to see where these operator bans go, because I'm a little bit surprised to have not seen this. It's Solid Snake, of course, has joined the Siege roster, and I thought we might just see a little bit of him here to begin with. We have seen some Solid Snake use in APL as our newest operator. The reason I thought we might see him here on Bank is he's great for roam clearing. So for those who don't know, he's got a gadget that's got two functions. It's like a scanner, and it can scan, it brings up the actual layout of the map in front of you, and you've got a circle over it, and within that circle area it'll give you an idea whether there's somebody present or not. It'll say alert if there's somebody within that circle. You don't know where exactly, or it'll tell you that the area is all clear. Fantastic for quickly roam clearing, even if you don't have drone coverage ahead of you necessarily, so long as you use it well. And then we've got his kind of active use of that, is that he can, for a short period of time, actively scan, and not only will it tell him somebody's within the circle, it will show a red dot with a cone of vision, as we would expect from Solid Snake's own scanner. So this kind of, I see that use as a little bit more of one of those kind of, I tend to call them high fantasy situations. You know, it's the Oryx up the hatch onto the flank.
Yes.
We don't see it very often. And there is this idea, of course, that Snake could be near the site and he can actively scan, see where everybody is in sight and where they're looking, feed that intel to his team, and they can all strike together and get those kills. They've got that intel. And do not get me wrong, that will be very powerful if it is used like that. I just don't think that's going to be the common use that we will see for it. I think that's kind of the high fantasy use, and it will be extremely exciting when it happens. What we're more likely to see, and this is why I kind of expected to see him used here on Bank maybe, is that roam clearance. Get him into this top floor, get him working across with his scanner, clearing areas quickly, taking ground with that F2 that's really back in the mix these days, and, you know, getting his team that early advantage in the round. And then maybe if he's alive later on, yeah, you can use that advanced scanning, but not seen anything of him yet.
I think there's always the element as well of, okay, well, if you are going to use him in that position, why when you've got Deimos and a good Deimos player like Robbie, who's 5-0? Why if you've got Dokabit? Well, she's banned, so maybe she falls into the meta.
Use them all,
Okay, use them all. Use
them all!
Well, it's not quite working here. They get pushed out. They don't even need the pressure beyond the Deimos. Freck gets the opener. DMR's killing people. Who would have thought it in this current meta? You can say the F2's back, but I think we know what type of gun
DMR never left.
Currently, yeah, the king and queen and every single piece of the monarchy of the gun game of Rainbow Six. Now P4, what's he planning? He's just waiting for the all clear. Drops down a minute 30 here on towards the pressure. And you can talk about also, we've seen Snake, we've seen APL. Well, I'll wait for this play to come through before I follow through with the rest of that story. Here comes. He's on towards the bottom of sight. It's around the same pace as last time, but well, actually maybe it's about 20 seconds slower, but there's also a lot more of Heretics still alive, right? Last time we were here, think about who had been sort of stood down, and, well, who they've just put down. P4 is gone, and Tim, that's your Glaz.
Yeah, big loss here for Shifters. The 4 versus 4. There's still plenty of time left on the board. Freck, he decides to take matters into his own hands, gets aggressive. He's just walking on into sight here, takes down the default camster. They've lost their eyes as well. Lasmo manages to take down Riaz at 3v1, just like this. This is something Shifters have done so well. It's getting to that point, and then within 5 seconds, it's kill, 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 and they get themselves that major man advantage. So it looks to me like there's a little bit of 3-2-1 sometimes here, like get ourselves into position and then, right, let's go, and they start getting those kills all at once. Blaz, he manages to put the diffuser down as well. A badly timed reload there. He had no choice, but by taking it on Marble Stairs, left him in the open. Lasmo picks him up, and that is going to be a 3v1 into a win. Shifters secure another round, 4-0 right now, and they are cruising, looking comfortable on bank.
Well, Shifters obviously don't play tomorrow. They're the team on the break, as we have no G2 and no Falcons today. But it seems like they're trying to get rid of today as quickly as possible as well. They don't want to play any Siege over the next 2 days.
I'm not sure that does them any favours, to be honest with you. If I'm Shifters and I'm playing like this, I'm thinking, get me in, coach. Like, get me playing again, you know.
Yeah, true.
Get 2 wins on the board quickly. Just get stuck into it.
Located a bomb.
I'm going to finish my other point because it's funny. I won't name names. But obviously, the talent talk about new operators. We talk about the sort of what's being brought, and the On Crew try and keep each other informed. And there was a member of On Crew who said Snake was brought. Snake's going to be amazing. Snake was brought in towards APL. And then somebody else did respond. Yeah, but APL also brought Thunderbird, so it's not the fairest.
It swings and roundabouts, Sam. It swings and roundabouts.
Swings and roundabouts. They'll try everything. They'll try anything. Sometimes it works. Anyway, we get Blitz on the board. The first shield of EML 2026, not counting Clash on the other side. And, well, when you're on the up and up, what's going to sort of shake the tree more? A Blitz smashing in towards it. Blaz immediately digs himself in underneath the site itself. They've tried to go fast, and they've almost found themselves fatally removed from the building. Freck peels away from lobby. And he's always one of those players that we know how quickly Freck can activate, and we know that there's somebody who has been around sort of the stage 1 of last year. I think was one of the top players in the entire region itself. He wants to meet that meter, but at the same time, Lasmo 6-1, Robbie 5-1. Nobody's really resting on any laurels. Ooh, though, what a way for a Blitz to get caught out. Blaz gets one right back. A 4 versus 4, but I mean, without the Blitz, I think, well, everybody's trading, seemingly. Robbie gets Riaz, Zara finds Freck. Individual 1 versus 1 stretch all across the bank. Everybody seems to be trying to make a deposit and a withdrawal at the same second, and all it's leaving is really a little bit of confusion here, Tim.
Yeah, precisely that. I mean, I was just taking a quick look whilst we have I imagine we'll have a little bit of a lull now because Shifters are going to get back on the drones in this 3v3. They've plenty of time to work with, so that's what they're going to try to use. But if we look across the numbers of Shifters, this is one of the reasons that they're doing so well in the 4-0 up is everybody's playing well. P4 has been quiet, but that doesn't matter because that's P4's role a lot of the time is to be, be doing those supportive work, getting on the drones, doing that job. If you look across the rest of them, Freck 5-2, Blaz 4-2, Lasmo 6-1, Robbie 6-1. That is 4 players there that are all having their moment. I'll also extend my point to sort of, say for P4, there's not many kills to go around for him because the others are picking them all up. So great stuff from Shifters, getting everybody active and involved, and that's maybe something Heretics have struggled with by contrast, is getting everybody online. Blaz, he manages to take out Aquizara, continues to be the biggest player so far for Heretics, but in the blink of an eye, whilst we hear the Razor Plume activating, it doesn't matter because Blaz continues looking for kills. The last 2 are found, and Shifters take round 5.
Well, we wanted to see how much the team would improve. We wanted to see if it would sort of develop with a single roster change. We've talked about project teams, right? We've talked about these teams that build over a long period of time. And even under previous org, when they were obviously BDS in towards Shifters, they've found themselves building and trying to develop more. And I mean, here they've lost. It's not that they've been untouchable, right? They've lost the opening kill once or twice. They've not really been able to get themselves around, but that sort of mid-round adaptation, getting the drones out, as you said, getting themselves these positions, making sure that they can, in a way, look at that environment. Look at how they drove themselves in from Archives. They had the attention at the same second, swung wide and deep on towards Kitchen, sort of drew them into one fight and then hit them with another one. These sort of elements that they're working and cooking and building throughout a round, and Heretics, they're finding themselves just, unfortunately, repeatedly called out by them, whether it's positioning, whether it's just sort of first day at work problems, unfortunately led to what is almost a flawless half. One chance here. Heretics had every single site to choose from. They've gone back up towards the top floor, where, to be fair,
Changing map.
closest of any of their attempts so far, I would say.
Okay then, the info is there. Question is it going to be used by Shifters? They are looking for the angle. They see the man. They get the kill. Plasmo manages to take down Akwi. And we find ourselves very quickly in a 5 versus 4. Having a look at the entry, that leaves us now 4-2 in favour of Shifters. And it's just another area of the game that they've been able to dominate so far. They've been doing a good job of clearing this utility with Sin. Plenty of Flores use. 4 out of 6 rounds Robbie has brought along the Flores. And he's been putting those Rotero drones. Of course, they are acting slightly differently now as well. A little bit of an improvement to them, we saw. Very marginal, but still doing a great job, and Robbie using it well. So 5 versus 4 as Heretics just try to cling on here, try to dig the beat in, but P4 is in again. He's putting the plant down. You highlighted it, the importance of the glass, and Shifters, they've just doubled down on your point. They've shown us why with a double. Beautiful stuff. They do manage to take the glass out, but you think that the damage is done. 4 versus 2. Heretics fighting back now, but they are on the clock. 23 seconds if they want to be able to deactivate this diffuser, which is down on the ground. They go for something. They find absolutely nothing as Blaz and P4 get the last 2 kills. It's a 6-0 half, M.
6-0 half, and, you know, there's a lot of elements about that round, and we could talk about them, but we get that very exciting feature very soon as I get the go-ahead to send it over. But it was the use of the Thatcher as well. But let's hear what the analysts have to say here, Tim.
Thank you so much. And what a joy it is to jump in here to share our thoughts, because what a way to kick off the EML. This is this year, a 6-0 half by Shifters. And sometimes, guys, it's so nice to be right, Jack? I mean, you two were talking about it. There was going to be counter prepping, and that's exactly what we were seeing as well.
It's so clean and methodical right now. It's actually amazing. Like, we're seeing different takes every single round. We went through 2 full rotations of bomb site. What do we see? In the basement at the beginning, we see a rush on dirt. Here, what do we see at the CEO? The rush with the glass and the Thatcher at the same time. And even that, before that, the opening kill. They have a pre-placed drone on square, they see the player still in front of generator, Lion charge, pre-fire, the guy is gone instantly. That's the beauty of Shifters right now. Basement, they take the dirt, they get the opening kill, and they flood. Before that, after that, sorry, they had a full room clear. And every single time, it even got close, Jack. It was just because of one single move from one of the Heretics player. When Castle got aggressive and got a triple kill, and then Robbie had to clutch. Or when Akwi got aggressive in the stairs of Square, get the kill on Blitz, and that's the only few times where one individual gets aggressive, gets a pick, and it gets a little bit tired. And even then, in a 3v3, Shifters prevail in that aspect that they play well together because of the experience, because of the consistency with the roster. And Blaz is fitting so well so far.
I think the big thing for me last year that we leveled at Shifter/BDS was that it was the Freck show only, and that his teammates needed to step up. Lasmo starting off with a big double kill. You know, Robbie's showing well, got a big clutch, and Blaz looks like he's set in place in this team. This is very, very good signs. I was asking for a statement victory, and you can't get anything better than a 6-0 start.
It is a great start. I mean, on the attack on Bank, we were talking about the expectations of this map. Now, for, Heretics, they have a lot to prove here in their first game, but the game is ready to continue as we'll send it back to our casters.
Yeah, things are going to have to change if they want to prove anything on, because right now Heretics are seriously on the back foot. This timeout is surely going to help them, if nothing else. It gives them a chance to just have that chat with each other, coach to get involved, see if they can steady the ship a little bit. But I would be very worried here as a Heretics fan, because we're coming into a second half where Shifters are on the defense now. They get to set the pace.
Yeah, I think as a Heretics fan, I made the statement at the first. There's probably a lot of Italian fans saying a lot of like, come on, Italy, in Italian over the years of siege. I think now they're just sort of saying, Mamma Mia. It's this strong showing, right? But what did you expect on a first day of EML? Nobody's going to give you a light hand. Nobody's going to give you the sort of light work with the gloves. You're stepping in with the heavyweights, and you got to be ready to take these blows. And what is a tougher blow as you're opening one than the wrong side of a flawless half? You know it can be done. Every single round of Siege is in its own way a fresh round of Siege, right? You set yourself in, you reset all your gadgetry, and the only change is the defensive side, but you can play yourself. You've got to run the worst case scenarios, and they don't really get more worst case than this. In the meantime, for the compliments played towards the big show on here on the side of Shifters, I think at this point, maybe it's the pressure, and actually, no, it's Leo. I think it's Leo's fault. How many times, everybody, has Leo bigged somebody up and they've ended up being cursed when they come into... Okay, because it's happened a lot. It's not just me, Tim. This is a known phenomenon. Riyadh hasn't really been able to activate.
You've got to take the analyst curse seriously. You know, it's such a very real thing.
He's got another one. He can't keep getting away with this.
He really can't. Look, I'm interested in the site choice here from Shifters. Let's see how this round plays out. Mirror is available. Kaid and Echo have been banned out. Now, of course, Echo is powerful and is used down on that basement site.
Yep.
Kaid, we know, is to deal with the hatches. But with that Mirror available and just needing one round for a real statement win of 7-0, I wonder, you know, I look at that, I think, you know, do you maybe go down there? They are going to have the opportunity in round 2, round 3, of course, to do that before that next ban comes in, where Heretics may well take the Mirror away from them for that bottom floor. But, you know, we know how powerful she is, and it's a site that's got very little verticality there, so often those Mirror windows will remain in place. She could be powerful up here on the top floor as well in Janitor. We've seen that countless times. Not going to be used, but we will see. Shifters have brought along the Clash instead. And they've got the Warden, so we'll see how they do holding on here. Freck is just trying to find a little bit of space to keep himself out of the flames. He can't do it. That's great Capito play coming in from Aqui. Maybe Heretics are just activating. Now they're on the attack.
I couldn't find a pocket. Couldn't find a single modicum of safety here. They're waiting for the Solace. Trying to slip their way across, but they don't really need to get themselves into this aggressive position. They're just eyeing the rotate. The calls come together. By themselves, a bit of coverage on the motion. Zara's gone deep. She's going to try and slowly push their way up the stairs. You've got a dead man, so they can try and watch the cam, but they're not rushing into this Heretics. They're making sure everything is cautious. Weighed up. The thing is, at this point, you have to think about the actual collapse itself. What do they have gadgetry? Well, a couple of flashes and the smoke bolts, and now no more Lion. Blaz levels things up. Robbie's holding on towards the top of the main stairs, and well, where is the push going to come from? That caution is now sort of turning into a bit of worry here, a little bit of potential wobble as the gates start to get reactivated in 30 seconds. And well, where are they going to try and form up here?
That's the key here for Shifters, isn't it? Get that utility back online. Get yourself almost back to that starting point as defenders with those laser gates available. Now then, Capito's looking to make a move. Brilliant from Zara. Wins the fight uphill, but P4 manages to take down Riaz. Lasmo onto Aqui. 2 versus 2. It's a quad for Zara. Surely not. On his debut. Could have got the ace. Doesn't. As Dora it is to pick up the final kill. And Heretics, maybe getting that round is going to just steady those nerves a little bit. There's no more 7-0 thoughts here. They get one on the board, and Shifters, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board and maybe try a different site to get this one done.
I said, what are they going to try and close down with? Apparently a quad kill is the answer. It was just a great drive, and we saw the caution that was being paid, and, you know, the opening kill was great teamwork. The Capitao forced the motion. They're able to find the angle on towards the player, get them cut across. You can see he hopped up for a second and then was put right back down. The patience to wait for the push, that as an engagement to win is just such an awkward one. The follow through there.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Can I confess something to him?
Feel free.
I spent my weekend pretending to be a cowboy because that's what I get up to, and I almost hit a yeehaw at the end of that, and I think I'm still mentally there.
I mean, I think we all would if we could, to be honest with you, Ed.
You know, there's something about having a cowboy hat and throwing up. Anyway,
10 seconds to insertion.
That's beside the point. There's 6-1. Hey, every drive starts somewhere.
5 seconds
You get
remaining.
your first bit of cattle. No, I'm not doing more cowboy-related stuff. You get your first place locked in. And now you can try and get yourself in. Lolo on towards the Monty. You're wondering if this might be a little bit more direct, a little bit more traditional. Then you sort of look over at the lineup here that they're up against, and well, they had the option of the mirror. They don't want it. They've got the smoke to try and play against it. Not going to roll around with the Tachanka and see if they can get a balance here, but they've also not got Goyo. They've not got some of these operators that you would often see. in towards this instead. With Robbie on the chance of the Mozzie Pest and the Roam, assisted by Fenrir, well, they can do things like that. Just get aggressive out in towards the map itself.
The default cam hasn't been taken out. Can I just...
Oh, no.
You know, it's not ideal, and it's given the intel to Shifters there where they've been able to come out and take that challenge confidently and get themselves that opening pick. That's a default that can be taken out from outside of the map, by the way. You don't have to be inside to take it out. So a little bit of a misstep there, I've got to say, from Heretics. It was one that literally had me running my eyes across the bottom of the screen quickly thinking, is there a Valkyrie player here? You know, have we got a cam that's maybe in an unusual position or something, but not the case. So Heretics just paying for that, losing that opener, and it's the Grim as well. Such an important operator when it comes to taking space, when it comes to those final executions. It has now allowed Shifters to just kind of fall back mostly, but for Robbie to sit up on that top floor, as we've just seen, because they've got a spare man, so they don't need to worry about rushing back. Zara, he tries his luck, trying to move in with a little creepy creep in through the garage, but doesn't happen as Blaz gets the job done. And Robbie, he's now on the flank as well, on that backside. Nitro goes off, doesn't find its man, but Freck does manage to get Dora. It falls apart, and it finishes as it started with a flawless round. Shifters 7-1. What a performance from them to kick things off.
A little bit of a wobble, a little bit of a moment, but I don't think anyone ever really questioned who was in the driver's seat of this. Our opening game on our opening playdate of EML 2026. Shifters put a shift in, and unfortunately the person that was left in the dirt behind them was one of our new up-and-coming teams of Heretics. But for you and I, Tim, wow, that was a quick one, and we're off to an even quicker break before we're back with the desk.
A dream start here for Shifters with a 7-1 over Heretics in the first day of EML kickoff. And a dream start for sure. I mean, we talked about that first half. We already talked about it in great lengths during that round swap or a side swap timeout. But just to continue on that even further, the fact that they can close that game out, Jack, means that they are here to play and they're looking like a stable force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, it's exactly what we asked for. It was absolutely perfect for them, you know. Of course, it could have been better. They could have got a 7-0, of course, but it started off perfect. Attacks, 6-0 half. Every single player putting up numbers. The new player, Blaz, has come into the roster. He's clearly doing well. P4 seems like he's calling well. They had the game plan out on paper ready. It was just the perfect performance.
Yeah, very different takes at every bomb site rotation, by the way, as you can see on your screen. Even when he got close, you know, the fraggers on the side, look at Ruby and his really cool clutch here. Like, we're looking at everything that were basically the mistakes that we're expecting, or the weaknesses that we're expecting for Shifters to fix. There was the consistency of the fraggers, that was fixed here. Ruby, Lasmo, Frag, all playing well. Blast slotting in well, that worked well as well. MP4, I think calling very different strategies, like you said. This push here on the window, was it a counter strat? Was it something that was more of a default take? I don't really care. They play well together, and it seems to work. On the side of Heretics, it's a harsh way into Tier 1. But this is the kind of things that you expect when you're already just entering the door with 2 new rookies. About the rookies, I want to highlight Zara. Zara did not give up. He was playing not always the good roles. He was playing Castle, got a triple kill there. With his move on the KB, he brought single-handedly the only round that they got by lurking around, winning multiple gunfights. Yeah. And on the side of Riaz, obviously, still, yeah, he struggled a lot into the game. But that's the kind of moments where you learn really the harsh way. What's the limit of the gunfights that you can take? And if you think about it, Noah started off the wrong way as well in his first stage. Stark struggled as well, and he bounced back afterwards. So I'm not too worried. It's just 1v01.
We've often seen, and we often talk about actually how good Tier 2 is inside of Europe, and it is good. It is so competitive, and it can hold its own. You know, we've seen it in international events. It can hold its own. But that step up to Tier 1 is absolutely monumental. You've really got to, you know, step up and level up, not just individually, but as a team as well. And I think, you know, Heretics, they're going to take a lot of learnings away from today, you know, because it really was an awakening for them.
So much extra coming into play as well when you're joining Tier 1, right? You have all these eyes on you. It's the pressure as well that you are now playing against the big dogs, and you got to show up as well. So we'll take it as a first try for Heretics, right? But there is still time for them to recover and make sure they put themselves among that top 4 inside of Group A. Now, for Shifters, I think there's a lot of talk about this roster last year, right? Just to kind of round off this game here. Big highs last year, but also very low lows, I think, with some 7-0, 7-1 losses. Yeah. But this is looking like a more solid basis, I guess we can say, Leo. Like, the start of it, at least, is looking promising.
Yeah, I mean, we saw one map against a team that just joined Tier 1, so I'm debating, you know, I don't want to jump on horses. At the same time, I just want to say this, that I think that the call from the staff to retain 4 players from last year, despite inconsistent results, is to me a smart strategy to make sure they're consistent in the long run. You keep a core that, yes, had problems, had weaknesses, but you work on it for 2 years in a row, 2 entire seasons. You can fix them, you invest in the players, they're already hungry, they're motivated, they have the discipline, and things will start clicking along the way. And one single player roster change can make a whole lot of difference. When Kickoff arrived with BDS, they won a major after that, you know, with only one single roster change. So to me, these are the kind of decisions that make sense. And so far with the staff, it seems to be paying off. I'm waiting to see them play against tougher contenders. This is when we need to know, can they breach the top 4 of EML?
That's the main question we have for this roster, but it'll take some time before we see them back in action because Shifters do have that day off tomorrow. We just saw our one promoted team in the EML, and we're going to see our other one after the break. We'll take a quick break, and then we're back with GK versus Rebels. Jumping over to Group B here for our second game of the day. We're talking GK going up against the Rebels. So this is actually the game with the most rookies on the first day here at the EML. 4 rookies in total, which means there's lots of challenges, opportunities, but also pressure for these players in total. And we'll look at GK as the first roster here, because what a combination of players this is. We're talking about players with a rich past. We're talking about some newer players. We're talking about a player from the other side of the world. But most importantly, Jack, your favorite player is back in Tier 1.
We get to talk about Hungary. Woo! Yes, he's back in Tier 1. Actually, so is Hungary, so is Packbull as well. It's been a long time coming, especially for this dynamic duo. If you're new to R6 Esports, if you're new to R6 EML, then you might not know what to expect from these two. But these two are stalwarts. They are veterans of the scene at this point, but they are two of the most creative minds within R6 Esports. So you're in for a lot of fun. They've added Ask into this roster as well, the Brazilian flex player who we've seen, you know, do the dance in and out of Team Liquid, but he's now over, he's here inside of Europe as well, and he can hang at the highest level there is, which is South American League. Accompanied with that is two front fraggers as well, Rexon and Sarks. Both of them have got a lot of talent. Rexon has been waiting a long time to get to this level, so there's a lot to like about this GK roster, Leo.
Yeah, and I was going to jump in for Ask. I was like, I think actually the bounce back between Black Dragons Team Liquid, the one moment where he felt he was the best, I felt he was the best, was when he was the flex player on Black Dragons. And he's going to drop the IGL link, which allows him to be able to focus fully on his gunfights and his gunplay. And so that means that Hungary is going to be able to IGL, that creative mind is going to be there, Packbull is going to be on the support roles. And like you said, the fragging power of Rexon and Sarks together, Rexon is the rookie here. I'm really excited to see him play in Tier 1 because we've seen him destroy everyone in Tier 2 for a long time. Straight from Hungary, this player, I love him. I love the way he plays, and I've been so excited to see him come up. So he's going to be my main focus for this game. For Sax, nothing to mention. He's proven once again, last stage, he was carrying Fnatic every single game, dropping double digits. Looking at his roster, different nationalities all over. One player that we did not mention, that is Shepard, who is not playing, but he's now the head coach of this roster as well. He's back in a different role. If we look at this roster, full of different nationalities, full of different cultures, brought players from all over the world, but I can see this gel together. If they can manage to get that synergy together, I love everyone in their roles.
It honestly makes me so excited for this roster to see what kind of potential they're bringing in here. The combination, the players that they have as that support staff as well, you know, having that rich history inside of Siege. And it's just good to see these players that we've seen so much in Siege make it back to Tier 1. And that isn't just the side or the case on the side of GK. The same goes for Rebels, right? We're talking about a player like Alems, who's won these international events, making it back to Tier 1 as well. Hearing in that interview as well, right, after he made it back into EML, about how much he's worked for it and how much the effort they had to put back into this. But seeing that, you know, a full French roster here presented by a Spanish org, it's great to see that, Leo.
Oh, absolutely. And you know, I look at this roster and I look at especially Alems, and I'm thinking, this guy, you know, he's gonna almost be 30 now. He is 30 actually. He turned 30 at the beginning of the month. He was dropped by the former BDS roster. He tried to play with Genji, was dropped as well, and he never gave up. At 30, he still pushed it in Tier 2, rebuilt around this core of French players all the way up until they reached Tier 1. If we look at this roster, you've got Asta all the way on the left. We knew him with Wolves. He was the hard support player, really young, really talented, best rated player on the roster, despite playing the hardest role. And if you look at the rest of the team, Feno that you see on your screen is a young fragger, really talented. He's going to play the fragger roles. Linko will play like him. He struggled a little bit in Challenger Series. We'll see if he can come up here in Tier 1. And then I just love it to see Marto. Marto is the IGL. With Linko as well, these two guys, they were brothers with Mowgli. They absolutely were sharing the core of this, I guess, the Tier 2 of France. When Mowgli went up and played in Tier 1, these two stayed in Tier 2. And I'm so happy for them to finally see them take their Tier 1 chances, because they've been grinding the same way for an entire year with Draz to make it all the way here. This is a really good showcase when you see a team that stick together all the way throughout the year and the consistency pays off because they're here in Tier 1.
And I think it's good that they've got that old head of Alems inside of this roster. You know, they've got Alems, they've got Asa, they've got some experience, even though they are making a step up, because that knowledge, that experience, it's going to be vital. We've just seen in the previous game, it's a massive step up when you're stepping up from Tier 2 to Tier 1, so these guys are going to have to do it as well. They've got a good opponent in GK, because GK, whilst they didn't directly qualify, they are making a similar step up, having played Tier 2 across the last year as well.
It's a massive throwback that you mentioned there with Reply Totem inside TL. I mean, we're talking about these players that finally get that big step up. The same, I mean, goes for a player like Rexton, right? That big step up into Tier 1. Now they have to go improve it on a map of Border. Looking at that one, it's a very frag-heavy map, Jack. How do you feel like that suits these two teams?
Well, I feel like my favorite player in the world, Hungry, is going to have a great time. I've been waiting for the dawn of time for him to return to Tier 1. When he returns to Tier 1, he plays Border. Now, what does Border suit itself to? It suits itself to creativity, to set plays, to Ying, to Glaz, to Shield.
Ying aces.
I can't wait. I just want it all to commence right now.
I mean, I remember a time where we were seeing that Hungry clip with Ying on Border, Armory Bomb site every single season, and I'm here for it. He's got the shields play, he's got the Ying, the sense, like you've said, it fits his playstyle so well. On the side of Rebels, I'm a bit surprised that they let this through, because it's exactly the kind of small map where the creativity and the craziness of GK will play out. I just don't think, like, seeing them play it in Challenger Series, they struggled a little bit. They barely even played it. They lost it to Turks LFO. They managed to beat the former Team Heretics on it, but it was 8-7, very close. It's a surprising pick for me, and I think really much at the advantage of the Hungry.
It is. Well, we just have so many questions about what is to happen with these two. Change the rosters, and it's time to get those questions answered as we'll send it to our casters.
Thank you very much, Em. And Em is with me. We are back for game 2. Is it going to be one-sided, Em? Or is this one going to be a little bit of a closer affair?
It has to be closer, right? I mean, you sort of look at this, there's a good mix of experience versus sort of history. There's these long overdue players in some performance. There's the return of an org that we haven't seen since about 2023. And there's big hitters on both of these two teams, and it's on a map that loves a bit of chaos, loves a bit of crazy, loves a bit of high-flying gunners. So I just want to see them start to gun here, stepping themselves in. There's obviously a couple of names that we'll have sort of tighter eyes on, but okay, it's fair to say there's a split either side, but Lems has led teams in different positions. I don't think he's the IGL for the roster he's up against. I think it might be Marteau, maybe, but I'll double check that with our resident Frenchman. Either way, who knows what can happen on a map like Border, Tim?
Well, this is the thing, isn't it? Border's such a small map. There's going to be a lot of fighting over about 3 rooms, which will be CCTV, Armory, and Office. We've seen the bans come in. We've got Monty and Glaz. So I think smart bans coming in there from Rebels. It's something that Fresh mentioned beforehand coming in was, you know, how these set plays are going to thrive on Border. He mentioned Glaz in that, you know, your Glaz, your Ying, getting the smokes in. But also, you've got to think about Monty getting that presence at top east there. Monty is fantastic at doing that. Walking in through Archive's door as a little set player, taking some ground. He's great at doing that as well. They are prepping already here, Rebels, for a little bit of an Archive door pressure, a little bit of an Archive door pushback, putting those Goyo canisters up there on the top of the cabinet. So, yeah, I think so far I like what I see from Rebels. I would say there's probably a little bit more experience on the side of GK, but look, that doesn't really count for anything when the bullets start flying. I've got a feeling we're in for a hard-fought game.
Do you have a feeling we might see Snake on a map like this? Or are you...
I'm not sure how much value there is for Snake on Border. Deimos, I think, a lot of value because of the amount of verticality. You can sort of do a similar job, but when do you ever need a massive roam clearance on Border? You don't, to be honest with you. You know, I think Snake on Border would get more into that high fantasy bracket that I spoke about, that he stands next to site and reads out everybody's positions, and I'm just not sure that we're going to see that. I think there's better value to be found elsewhere. And talking of value, Sox manages to find a bit, taking down a Lems. Great start for GK.
I mean, what a welcome back. As we've sort of said about the org itself, hasn't been around since about 2023, and towards it, Lems I don't think has played Tier 1 since about 2024. And what a way for Starks to sort of reintroduce him. There goes Ask. But he can be got back up as he does. They're able to take tentative control here on towards these stairs, pushes them back further around on towards 90, but they haven't quite got the players in the pinch yet. You can see them trying to reverse hunt the Deimos. underneath because, well, yeah, you might be able to do some damage up through the floor, but there's always a possibility on a map like Border that someone's going to wrap around and suddenly have a gun in your face quicker than you can really get a reaction on towards CC. Just going to get it droned out. Now they know there's a player in this position, and he's being very loose with how he's going to find somewhere to settle. And yeah, he's drawing attention. There's the cover that comes through. The shield just tucks in. Hungry pushed almost immediately back, but Starks gets himself a second for the round. Almost leads in, and he does. Tim held left click and got rid of Linko. There's Pack Bull with not opening with a second first round flawless of the day, but we were pretty close.
GK have done a great job there. Absolutely love it. Linko was fighting really hard to keep hold of his position in CCTV. He was just a little bit out in the cold. I think that opening kill hadn't helped him. They were at a man disadvantage, couldn't really give him much backup, and his movement was great. He was really giving him the footwork. He was giving him the razzle-dazzle for 20-30 seconds there, and they were struggling to pin him down, but then the firebolt comes in from the Capitao. That forces him out of the rotate. They've got Sarks in position, ready to find the kill up metal. Really good stuff from GK, where they knew everything. Not only did they know where the move, there you go, you see, they knew where the movement was going to come, but they had somebody in position to take advantage of it as well. Really good teamwork from GK. Love to see that. Great start from them.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Okay, take two. Will we get ourselves a second round and then almost a second timeout? Will this turn into a reflection? We both sort of said, or in a way hoped for, there'll be a little bit more of a back and forth on this map. It's a strong opener here from Geeko, but it doesn't mean that Rebels can't quite find themselves back in. There's also a mystery I was trying to solve very briefly, because, and I'm hoping someone can work it out. Is when it's on the player cams, there's a painting. I think it's behind Sarks. It was behind Sarks, and I thought it might be Beethoven, but it was really hard to tell, and it was like an old painting. But maybe, hey, Sarks is the maestro of the music of this production, and if it isn't Beethoven, then ignore that bit of color casting.
There's a lot of greenery behind Sarks there. I love it. It's something I'm going for myself, is throwing a couple of plants about just to, I find they really help the mental. Linko manages to take out Ask. That's going to help the mental as well. Last time he was heavily pressured in that position, but this time he's been able to pay the dividends. But how about this? Packbull gets into a position to think about putting the diffuser down, but Asa is there. Nitro is used to sort of scare the fuse into a bad position. They find the kill. That's going to put the diffuser down inside of sight as well, and you feel like Rebels can sit on top of this and just let this round work itself out now. Immorto manages to take down Sarks. It's all up to Hungry in a 1 versus 5.
Well, there's the flawless, arrived on the second round, and Lems gets a bit of the energy back, but you could sort of see that coming from the lineup, right? I didn't really make note of it, but then it started to come together. Look at what GK brought. They had the 2 shields, they had the blinds of the Candelas, they had the Dockerby calls, and they had the Thatcher. They were trying to just tuck in there on towards Vent, get the plant in with a shield on the back, use the Thatcher to stop any C4s and just keep that sort of pocket of safety. And, well, as soon as things started to fall apart, I mean, we saw it all come together, right? The smoke popped off. It was a great read and reaction of Rebels, who just took that one step in. They got the first kill. They then always, sort of transitioned it into the follow through. But with the lineup and the option that GK had taken, they couldn't really do anything else. They had to just try and finish sending it. And unfortunately, it got sent into a round loss. One apiece. Back and forth has begun.
Yeah, like I said, I thoroughly expect to see more of this. Round 3 is going to see Rebels go to bathroom and tell us, given that they had that success on the bottom floor, they are going to try that out again before going back to Armory. Most days now, once upon a time, back in the old days of Siege, I'll take you right back. I'm going to paint you a picture of it. Quite often we would see teams going back to sites to try them again. Maybe they lose Armory, they go back to Armory, they give it another go. We very, very rarely see that. It's a shift that I think has been particularly evident over the last 12 months or so, particularly since the new banning system came in for operators. It now tends to be play your 3 sites in a rotation, because if something goes wrong on site 1, what you want to do is actually wait to have your round 4 ban. So at the beginning of round 4, you get another operator ban, so you maybe look at that situation and say, right, Glaz is already banned, but maybe Glaz was a big problem for his fuse was a big problem. You know, whatever was the big problem in round 1, you ban that out and then try that site again when you don't have to deal with that. So generally, we will see teams just rotate through. Rebels have done exactly that, and we find them now having to drop away from that top floor as Marto is pressured heavily, but Sarks goes in, finds Linko before he can drop away, so that is advantage GK.
Asta's got himself real close here, but he doesn't really want to overextend because look how much utility was sent in for that single player. Right, they had the Deimos call, they had the pressure on towards the wall itself, they have the drive from Zofia, letting the shield enter, and then the quick zip comes in. Okay, that's 4 or 5 for a single player, so let them have that little bit of ground. Don't entirely throw your life in. It'd be great to get the trade, but the trade has to come in of them trying to overextend beyond that first dump of utility. Don't give them a little bit extra, and they almost got it there, the cams. Getting a full reveal, and Sarks wants the rest of the fight, but Fenno finds the head on the back. There's a quick double right back round, though, 4-2 with a minute 10 all down. 2 of those rookies on towards that rookie watch.
That's something I think that Rebels need to start doing, is when they get those kills, it's kind of cementing them, getting that advantage locked in and not losing the manpower in the trades like has just happened there. So now they find themselves in a 2 versus 4. Marto just trying to roam around that blue tarps area, see if he can find anything. Right now, they need a kill or 2, the Rebels, because GK are in a position where they can massage this to get themselves a little bit of space to put that diffuser down. Hungry has it in hand. That's a great start for Rebels. Fenno manages to find Rex, and that takes the Deimos off the board as well. Could be some essential utility going by the wayside with those tracks. Sarks, however, steps around the corner, gives Hungry the opportunity to put the diffuser down as he finds the kill onto the Malusi. It's all up to Fenno. It's going to have to be an ace if my calculations are right. I think he had the 2. He would have needed 3 more, but Sark says no thank you. He gets his 3rd of the round on the Amaru. Great round with the shotgun, by the way, and that's going to be Sarks and GK locking out round 3. It's 2-on.
And here we continue. There is that sort of play back and forth that we're getting from these 2 teams, but as I sort of said, you need to make sure that you're stepping yourselves in, that you're just really getting that aggression, and who's leading it better than Sarks, right? There was the conversation about what he can sort of bring to a roster, the power of that operator and a player even, with a lot of different operators, and the Amaru shotgun is just, it's a choice, but it's a choice that works beautifully. Got himself down, got a different fight, so got the first one there, right? And as I said, they hold up. Then drop down for the second take here with the secondary, which happens now. And then goes back up to peel himself around, and then goes back down. And it's just this mobility of overwhelming confidence there, Sarks. And shows that he can sort of bring himself in. They obviously got the plant, but at this point, with where the team was set up and where they needed to get it, 2-1, and back round on towards the top floor, and Ying is actually the ban here. It was only really tentatively brought for 1 round, and that was the round where everything went a bit wrong for the attackers, Tim.
Yeah, exactly that. Look, I think Sarks having 7 kills in 2 rounds effectively, because obviously, you know, we've got that round in the middle where it was flawless for Rebels. So in round 1 and round 3, 3k for Sarks, 4k for Sarks. That's not something GK can necessarily rely on round after round. You know, make hay while the sun shines, enjoy it while it's there, but they're going to have to get others online as well, Rebels. If they can, it's difficult when you're on the defense. When I say if they can focus on shutting that play, it can be difficult because, you know, the attack, it's a little bit difficult to gauge maybe which operators players are going to bring, where are they going to play, whereas when you're going into defensive setups, you should know 90% of what that team is going to do from prior analysis on those defenses. A little bit difficult at the minute with these teams being, you know, fresh onto EML, but still you should have a good idea, and so you can focus a little bit more and say, you know what, we know Sarks is probably going to play in workshop this, so we need to send 2 or 3 in there, and you can close them out and kill them a little bit easier. But when it's the attacking side you're dealing with, a little bit more difficult. So I think, yeah, keep Sarks going. Just do everything you can to facilitate him at the minute. Get drones at his feet, get him some intel, let him go in and be aggressive, and just let him keep this hot streak rolling.
Wow, that is a big dump of utility. On towards it. 2 smoke canisters to stop the approach. We've still got a minute 20 and only one more C4, or one C4, say more, in the pocket. But at the same time, what have you taken away from the attackers? Well, they still got a lot of Bs. They have no more after reach charges. They have no more of the firebolt canisters. Nobody has really been caught out, and no ground has really been taken. You've still got positions of power here. On towards the walkway, on towards top of the eastern stairs. Hungary's baiting out that C4, but the extension here is one that is stretching the fight across the entirety of the map. Hungary finally in and hungry for the fight itself, but it's Alems that gets the opener on towards the Deimos. Hungary, you have to trade that back out and they balance things, but if that's that vertical pressure gone, well, that now just means that any ground you've taken has since been retaken here. The final minute falls in towards the pockets of everybody, and they're still just here, stepping back in, refusing to let BK get comfortable absolutely anywhere. 45 seconds, Tim, in the sight. Outside of looking at it from windows, feels like it's about to be a mad dash, and a mad dash might be caught by a mad rotation. There's one, can't get the second. But it leaves us with 30 seconds and a 2 versus 3, Tim.
Yeah, I think Alems has done the job there, really, hasn't he, that they needed. He's broken the back of that attack by taking Hungary out. The shield was, of course, going to be the focus. They've now got the Ash and the Capitao that need to try and work together. Packbull is going to go in there. This cover is essential from Ask. He can't do it. He's led prone. Liko gets himself a double, and that is going to be the round. And the back and forth, the rubber banding of this scoreboard continues. And we found ourselves 2-2 here on Border. And it was a scrappy round, I think, at times, but it was well fought out by Rebels there just to get that round at the end of things. I love the flank from Alems. It's classic Alems to me. If you ask, you know, what sort of play is Alems going to do, and you think all the way back to the BDS roster that he was on, he was the one that was out on the roam. He'd play the vigil. He'd be out there making a nightmare of himself, looking for those flank plays, looking to, you know, get those kills, play those fragging roles. And so it's good to see him back doing that.
There's always this sort of element with a player like Alems and a player with a long history and a player who has been around the game for such a long time of, okay, well, do they still have it in them? Do they still have that ingenuity? Because the game always changes. New operators, new maps, new ways of the game balancing itself together, new competition, new players, new forces and figures that you have to go up against.
5 seconds left.
But old reliable always works, Tim. Sneaking your way round the back of a site, seeing an opportunity and taking it is the crux, the biggest building block of every single siege moment, from defense to attack. Opportunity. It gives, it gifts, and it drives this game. And Alems has always been very good at spotting it. Not always the best at closing them down, but he's great at finding them. And there's the perfect moment, right? He attacked, he approached just as the push came through, built on the information and the teamwork. We know he's a very vocal player. And it starts to answer that first question I said of, can they still sort of keep deploying themselves? Are there still these elements for getting the fight in? Here, we now get the follow through, and we had long extensions across the whole map, right? They held the approach at bay for the longest possible time, and seemingly they want to do the same here again, Tim.
I like the start from Rebels here. So we saw them running out of the map a couple of times. And when we think about Border, I already mentioned a beautiful Nitro, by the way. Marto just manages to predict the movement of Hungary on that blitz and takes him down again, breaking off the tip of the spear. Goes for the fight onto East as well. Does a lot of damage to Sarks, who's going to have to back away. And that is a great start to the round from Rebels. We saw them running out of the map a couple of times. The point I was making there, Border, it's a small map. We often talk about fighting teams at the boundaries, not letting them get established in the map. If the attackers get themselves established inside, often that is going to be a win for them. But Rebels have done a great job at preventing that by running out, by keeping them on their toes, by hitting them with a Nitro, and by hitting them with a beautiful shot from Fennel. Takes down Ask. 5 versus 3. Rebels looking good, but Rexon on the fight back.
Pulls one back round here, and the final minute is fast approaching. We talk about opportunities. Oh, there's a missed one potentially. He's gonna expect the low fight, but the shotgun, old reliable. Hey, don't even swing the final blow. Just get him with the smoke and let the round flow. Rexton and Packball all left standing, but it was almost just down to one, and now it is with a single HP Tim, but not for long. I think I even saw a Claymore kill amongst the chaos, but we now have that sort of coin flip, that flip-flop, that back and forth has been stopped in its tracks here as Rebels take momentum and put 2 rounds in a row.
Looking good. Looking good, the last couple of rounds from Rebels. And look, we expect the attackers to have a bit of joy here on border. So if I can come away on the defense with a 4-2 half, you're going to be pretty happy with that, I will say. But yeah, great start from them. Like I said, we saw, first of all, it was Marto. I'm not sure who was the second player, but there was 2 players who took little run-outs outside, you know, got themselves detected, put it in the heads of GK that, you know, they're ready to go out here. We saw there, Packball gets a kill onto Asa with the Claymore. So again, a 3rd time in the round, they've hopped out of a window, out of a door to get themselves outside, you know, and try and make a nuisance of themselves and just put GK on the back foot, give them something to think about, and it worked really, really well from Rebels. So impressed with their last couple of defenses. Alems as well, I want to give him a shout. He played that round really well. I like how he didn't overextend and go chasing the kill with the smoke. I'll use my Toxic Babe. I will clear him out because there's every possibility that there's a player in Archives. I'm not going to lose that fight. And then he was in position to pick up that final kill. So again, really, really good from him. You know, not thirsting after the numbers, just going in there and getting the job done. Good stuff. 3-2 Rebels.
Can they make the divide even wider? Now they've picked up some momentum. Can the shutdown of their opponents start to hurt? About how brilliant and how he can be the conductor starters if that painting was of Beethoven, but unfortunately, maybe the deafness has fallen on towards it too, and he can't quite get the rest of the band marching in the same beaten order. As we see, obviously, Hungry, unfortunately, Fresh's main man falling away. Another analyst curse? Do we see? No. That's only Leo's thing. Ask at the same time, can't quite get himself in. Packball's trying to sort of lead from the back, but if he's the first to go on a map like Border, it doesn't really play itself in. But then you look at the opponents, right? Look how balanced it is across all of them. Look how they've been able to get themselves really stuck in. That energy is always just going to keep feeding. Narrow margins and the Capital Bolt, but he's able to escape. They force the position. There's another Capital Bolt, and that's double down, Tim. All that utility and nothing to show for it outside of feet inside the room, but well, Sarks isn't confident enough to swing yet. They don't know about East Stairs. They know now about this position of this player, but they've watched the rotate. He's gone background. Support's come for the defenders. Rebels refusing to give it up, but instead... Oh, Tim! It's all falling apart, toppling down. 2 quick kills. And here, Rebels stand rebellious out the map, round the rotate, and how do they pull this one back?
That's brilliant play. Brilliant play from Rebels to hold on to that CCTV position. If you remember last time around, flawless round, it is finished off. Great stuff from them. Well-deserved 4-2 half. But if you remember last time around when Linker was pressured in that position, I said that they were a man short at that point. They'd lost somebody already in the round and there was no support there for him to keep him in position. This time, they just had that little bit of extra and it did the job. But talking about a little bit of extra, we can have a bit of extra from our analyst desk in this halftime.
Thank you so much. And as the teams take their 2-minute timeout to talk during this halftime side swap, we get to swear our thoughts at what we're seeing so far here. And we have a lot of question marks about this game so far. I feel like it's been really entertaining, but Leo, it's also been a really chaotic game so far.
I mean, we expected it from the playstyle of DK, right? And if you look at the bans, Rebels get rid of Glaz, Mountain, and Ying. And what do you see them pick? You see them pick the Blitz, the Deimos, the Lion, everything you could get, even the Amaru, right? It's really chaotic. It's the pinch that we're expecting, the high speed. But in the end, 2 rushes that work, and then the rest, it doesn't work. Because if you lose one player, what's your solution? What's your playstyle? If your whole playstyle is chaos, and you cannot get that first entry or a few multi-kills in one way, if you don't find the gap, then the traditional method doesn't work for you because you've not trained that way. And that's the problem here, Jack. I don't see that from Geeky. I don't see the adaptation. Whereas on the side of Rebels, they fight with the traps and that's enough.
Yeah, I think that's what maybe why they brought Shepard in. I think actually, because obviously he does coach this team. Is we know GK for the creativity. We saw it, and that creativity, that explosive siege, it's either going to be really, really good with flawless rounds, like you said, or really, really bad. In fact, no round has got down to 2v2. Every single round has been decided with the team that's won it has had 3 or more players alive. That's how decisive this has been, and I think that's where they need to use Shepard's kind of nous and experience from VP to have a default standard as well. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of chaos this border so far.
It's kind of what you expect from a map like Border as well, right? We talked about it. It's really frag heavy sometimes as well. Really quick, what do we need to see from GK going into the second half here, Fresh?
I think Ask maybe in terms of showing up. He's had a pretty poor start so far. He's the experienced player that they've brought on, and he's the one that can do it at the South American League level as well. So we maybe need to see him use that and bring it on with the team.
Yeah, good shout. What can he show us in his first game here in the EML? The game is ready to continue.
Thank you very much, Anne. And we will get back into this one now. Just as a reminder for anybody, maybe you've come in since the beginning of the broadcast and you're wondering, what was that? It wasn't a tech pause. We now, at our halfway, at our side switch point, have a 2-minute time out for the teams. That's every single game that will happen. And it just gives the coaches and the players that little bit of an extra window to have a chat. It's like an extra tactical timeout, essentially. Both teams at the half getting to break down how things are going. But right now, Rebels, they've got to be happier.
Oh, I mean, over the moon, right? With how it started, we had and I don't just mean this game, I mean the whole day. First map, first showdown, we had the expected team sort of not just win, but very solidly win. The first round of this comes together and you're like, uh-oh, here we go again. And then you sort of follow it through that they were able to bite back. Okay, brilliant. Oh no, then the momentum goes away from them. But then they just kept stepping back in. They just kept on making sure. And I love that the adaptation wasn't let's play more shy. I briefly sort of talked about this in the first match. When you're coming in as a rookie, when you're sort of coming in, we see it all the time that they get a little bit in their own heads. They can have the best performance, absolute tier 2 demons. And then unfortunately, they find themselves in real hell. And here, they just kept on putting pressure outside the map. They kept on stretching themselves further and further into the map. They refused to give up their posts. They refused to give up their positions. And then if they did lose them, well, they made sure that there was a plan B. Either a rotate round the back, either they try and juggle a bit back and forth and bait the utility out. And it's really, really well put together. And here they've got themselves in the momentum. One thing I will sort of say as a last quick point as well, the entry has been so important throughout this showdown. Every single entry kill has gone the way of the rest of the round. The balance between these two teams seems to be filtered on that opening knife edge, but the only person to pull that off for the side of GK is Sox. And then you look at kills and you're like, okay, well, they need to have somebody else's gun firing. It cannot be the dependence of it's, what, a 4K and a 3K. Those 2 rounds they won. Oh, that was where Starks got all of his kills, Tim.
Let's see if we can get any more. He's certainly going to need to, because right now, GK finding themselves on the back foot. We spoke about the possibility for Solid Snake coming into this one. Obviously, our newest operator here in Siege, and we did have the pick coming out from Marto, but he switched away to the Lion. As I said, I'm not sure we will see too much Snake play here on Border. I think he benefits from bigger maps personally, but we will see how the rest of this one plays out, and we will keep you abreast of any choices that see him coming into the lineup. But for now, Rebels on the attack are trying to soften sight up. The pressure is mounting onto Hungry. He's playing the Tachanka. He's trying to keep himself there, safe inside of office. But as we can see the fire going down, they're just going to get aggressive and try to take the challenge. They don't care about the goo mine in the foot. However, Hungry will manage to escape. That is the absolute last second he could have dropped that hatch. He gets himself down below, and Rebels, that's something they now need to deal with, but they continue to deal with problems elsewhere. Linku, Feno managing to pick up 2, and they swing what was a man deficit situation into their favor. 4 versus 3 now.
I mean, how they've been able to pull that one together. I'm gonna need an Alpha Telestrator to get that one. Hungry escapes somehow against every single odds from somebody with a shrapnel in their foot from a razor bloom, and they get the kill on the line. And yet here, that conversation, keeping the pressure. Rebels drive on through, pick up 2 kills. They get rid of the 2 aforementioned operator and player, and now it's down to well, even only 2. Sarks and Ask. All that's left. And yeah, 1 kill's come through here, but as the plant is just being tucked in, they have the coverage and they're doing their best to try and fight their way back in. But at this point, look at the utility. Look at what they've still got to play with here. Look at the damage being done. Just nowhere to go. There's 1. The Sarks. Ooh, there's the drop on towards 2. But this time, cannot quite pull them out of that round. 5-2, Tim.
Sarks is so good when it comes to those individual gunfights. You just know I've played ranked with him once, and it's just ludicrous to watch him play, genuinely. It's like... it's kind of the same when you play with a lot of the pros, I guess, but you just give like half a call out and it's bang, they're dead on the kill feed. And it's just it looks exactly the same to him in pro play as well. There's just absolutely nothing slowing him down. It's just one after another. You know you can rely on him for 10 to 15 kills per game. He needs everybody else stepping up around him. You know, there's certainly been some quiet players on the side of GK so far, and it's going to start causing problems for them. You know, they've already mentioned Ask, we've got Pack Bull there, we've got Rexon, all being very quiet. Hungry, you kind of expected a little bit because he's going to be playing those more utility support roles like the Tachanka there. He did a great job on the Tachanka, you know, to say what went well for GK during that round. It would have to be that Tachanka play, really slowing things down, escaped away as well. But ultimately, look, we've got to talk about Rebels there, and it's getting difficult to find superlatives for them at the minute. They are clinical. They're going in there. They are winning individual fights. They are positioning themselves really, really well. And you could see how well they were positioned in this round by how easily that plant went down. Sarks could hear it going down. He didn't try to do anything about it because he knew that he couldn't. There was nowhere that he could move. They had every angle covered. Really, really well played from Rebels.
So, that was the timeout. Oh my god, Tim. No.
Don't get it started just yet, we've got 5 seconds.
I'm not using the full call yet.
Ah! There you go! He's done it again to us!
Why? Why would you betray us, Malco?
Reloading!
I don't know. I mean, the call, and with the real name, that wasn't the real call, gang. Don't jump ahead. Has to come on the first snake case. That's it. I think anyone who uses it before then, you're a coward.
Oh, we will wait for it to happen. We will wait for it to happen. We're going to have the Twitch drone raining in, taking out a little bit of util. Again, something that Rebels have done well. Soften up those sites, take away the utility that GK want to play behind. In this case, it is those FNATs that the Fenrir is going to be bringing along. Their bans along the way were Azami and Arune. Of course, Arune, more about the DMR, I think, than the laser gates particularly, but they can be awfully troublesome as well, and we'll see where that third defensive ban is going to go when we move into that position in a couple of rounds time. It's after the next one, after this, it's after round 9. So the Lems is going to pick up the opener. That's going to be the start of things, and that leaves 5 and 3 now on the openers. They're doing really well in the entry game. Asa manages to double down as well, picks up another, and honestly, I think for GK, the wheels are coming off here, and this could be a quick finish.
I mean, what you sort of worry what's going on. I think seemingly unaware, the fact he can get that swing and get the kill before Rex and operators, it's just disconnected at this point, right? It, you know, food for... I wonder if socials are going to get a hold of that.
Well, I'm sure that won't get clipped.
I'm sure that won't get clipped. Yeah, it's back to the drawing board elements, right? You're coming out of this, and you got to give credit here. If we've had sort of one result where the qualifier team didn't quite net themselves the rewards they wanted, here, Rebels are showing that everyone is bringing a fight because their play has been great. They keep responding to each other. They keep being so interconnected. And, I mean, moments like that, just holding on towards the hatch, the Unify here, this kill, yeah, it gets traded out immediately, but just the confidence to swing that and be like, no, I'll be able to get this locked in before I have to turn towards the other engagement. It's, as you said, a little bit wheels off the carriage.
Yeah, that's what it feels like at the minute. I think, you know, Geeko needs somebody who's going to step up here and sort of grab this game by the scruff of the neck. You know, they can't be relying on Sark's kills. And, you know, let's not forget 7 out of those 9 that he's had came in just 2 rounds, round 1 and round 3. So, you know, he's been quiet other than those 2 big moments that he had. So, Geeko, they need to step up, is the top and bottom of it right now. They've got enough experience in that team to know, you know, what the performance needs to look like at this level. And aside from that, Rebels are just playing really well. I think, you know, they deserve the credit as well. They look great. They are creating a lot of very difficult positions for Geeko to try and play in. That is a better start for them, of course. I mentioned how successful Rebels have been in the entry game so far. They lose the mirror window, but they take the death and win the war by taking down Fenno on the Ash. So you can have that mirror window, but you will get no more in the round. 5 versus 4 now. PK.
Drone spinning up.
They've been able to pull themselves back from a deficit before, but at this point, look at the positioning here, or the compliments that I paid towards them. Oh, great pinch, great double down. Maybe I shouldn't finish talking about the compliments I was going to pay them, because the situation has once again peeled itself away. A couple of quick grenades, throw the pressure of the position. He's had to peel himself off. There's still a big separation here, and this is an off-the-piece position, a risk for Sarks. He's not caught from the window because they don't expect it, but he catches one. He's ready for the response, but Asta's just pushing on towards the site. Sarks has to double up and support. They're still at the man deficit, so they do. Return towards the fort and try and put the walls up here of each other's back and ensure they don't just slip in. Backbone and Alems. The 2 old brawlers keep brawling, but only Alems stands tall. Left is Sarks. You said before, he excels in situations like this. You might have to be a step beyond excellent to try and get this one converted. A minute for them to work it out. A Glaz and 2 smokes if they want to play this slow alongside a Maverick to burn their way in. They're still watching the Maverick holes, and Starks, he has those goo mines in his pocket. He could try and get himself some intel, but at this point they're just trading places. Instead, there's those roll of the smoke canisters. He knows he's going to be watched and pinched, and he knows it's only a second away. Tim, Rebels, they win it all.
Again, really solid play. Fresh at the beginning of that game, before we got into it, spoke about set plays, spoke about the use of the glass of smokes, and that's how we see things finish up. Nothing Sarks could do there other than try and find himself a challenge, but brilliant play from Rebels. Again, they didn't rush it. They were 3v1. They went and got the diffuser. They deployed the smokes. They used the glass. They still were sticking to that utility, not running in chasing kills. So brilliant stuff from them, and I'm sure that the desk are going to have plenty to say about it after this short break.
Yet another quick game here at the EML kickoff, but smooth sailing for Rebels, and that means we get to speak to the victors as well as we get to ask them some questions about this game. We should be joined by Elems very soon. It has been a while since we got to speak to you here in Tier 1 in the EML, but Elems, I just want to know, with these last few weeks, with Challenger Series and everything, how have these past weeks been for you making it back into Tier 1?
To be honest, I think it helped us a lot because, like I said in previous interviews, the T2 level in Europe is amazing. Like it's maybe one of the best, I think. So it helped us to grow as a team and to be better. And I think the main difference between Kike and us is that we have to fight for this, and they boss it, you know. So we had a better, scale, to grow up as a team. And I think that's what makes the difference today.
Elems, first and foremost, welcome back to EML. I want to take you back all the way about 9 months ago. At this point, you're like 29, you left Gen.G, you're out of Tier 1. I think many players at this point would think about retiring. And instead, you choose to keep your passion, you grind your way back, you take some really good up-and-coming French talent, and you go all the way 6 months practicing in Tier 2, no salaries, no nothing, to go all the way and grind your way back to Tier 1. I want to ask you, where did you find the motivation to stay in the game? Why did you do it?
To be honest, when I got dropped by Ants, I was on a kind of burnout period. Like I was not having good time, like enjoying Siege anymore. So I did a break for like 6 months. I just didn't play Siege at all. Like I was playing another game, and once I was like 6 months away from Siege, I was like, oh my god, I miss this game so much. So I came back just to play a bit, to know how it is, how the meta change and stuff. And then I got a lot of support from my family. Like they told me, what are you doing? You are still the best. You can still compete, even though you think you can't. I don't think your travel on Siege is over. Like you can do more again. So just do it. I got a lot of support from people from behind. So I just said, okay, let's go, let's try. And I joined the Secret Academy, June on the last year, June. And here we are.
Double digits for the first game. I think it seems to work.
Yeah, I think the thing that changed for me, it's like now I'm more focusing about having the patience, Like I'm like before on my previous teams, I was more worried about winning and maybe a bit stressed about it. I was thinking too much. Now I'm just thinking about playing the game. That's what the game I love. So I'm just playing and it goes how it goes.
Speaking about winning Elems, we've seen you go all the way to the top, right? We've seen you win majors individually. With this team, where do you think the potential lies?
I think there are four. Like I will maybe not put Asa in it because he got kinda some experience in T1 already. But the three others, like Linko, Feno, and Marto, they are incredible players. They are young, talented players. They just need to have someone in the team who can, bring them a structure, to know how to work, how to like prepare a match and stuff. And I think when I joined them, I tried to put that role, to have that role, And yeah, like I don't think we will be able to maybe win something like very fast, but we are working a lot. We are learning from mistakes, and I think if they keep following this thing, I think we can go far.
Sometimes trusting the process is what it's all about. It was a great start for you back in Tier 1. Tomorrow you play against your old teammates from all the way back with that BDS score. So we wish you best of luck with that game for tomorrow. Thank you for your time, and we hope to see you again soon.
Yeah, thank you for the interview. Thank you to all the fans, and be rebels.
Always great to hear from players returning back here, and like we said, what a start for them as well, right? This first half already going in there with the quick adaptations that we talked about in that halftime break. But one more thing as well, Leo, when they went on their attacks, there was just a stark difference in their attacking style on this map.
Yeah, we've just seen the first 3 rounds here, and we just want to note the playstyle from Geeky at this point, right? It's rushing, fast-paced, Sark's downstairs getting a multi-kills, and as soon as they don't get that, as soon as they don't get the entries, they do not seem to be able to find, I guess, a methodical, structural way to go step by step. It's just not in their arsenal. They don't know how to attack that way. When we switch to Rebels, what do you see here? You see Nomad being played, you see Lion, okay, why not? But you see Sledge, Soft Richers, you see players, or operators rather, that allow you to take East control first with the Maverick here, get the opening kill, and then you take the next part, whether it is Archives and Office, whether it is CC. Jack, it was a step-by-step clinical take from their side, very different from the chaotic play style from GK, and in the end, it works perfectly fine for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And Alem's story and, you know, about coming back into it and maybe suffering from a little bit of burnout and having to take a break away from the game to come back and then talking about the fact that the team qualified, that they wanted it, that they had to go through those hardships to get there, to get to this league, maybe made them want it a little bit more. And I think that really came out in their gameplay. They really had a good understanding of the way GK would play. Yeah, they lost a couple of rounds to it. Every single team in this league will lose a couple of rounds to it because of how creative and wacky it can be. But once they got into their attack, Leo, like you said, that was the big thing because they could really control the pace, they could control where the action was happening, and they were absolutely flawless once they got to that half.
Any words on your favorite players so far? Performance 1 and 7?
Do you know what? Like, I think with GK, my honest assessment, as much as I absolutely love the creativity of that this team brings, creativity doesn't outweigh gunplay, doesn't outweigh really synergized teams, and that's always going to be the scary thing, I think, for GK, in that they've got 3 kind of supportive-minded players, and it puts a lot of pressure therefore on Sarks and Rexon, who I think both of them actually put up decent numbers, especially Sarks today. But I think that's potentially where GK's weakness lies.
It's beautifully said. I feel like you should consider becoming like an analyst or something on these pro games here. That was a great way to phrase it, and I love to see that as well for these players. There's a lot to look out for the likes of GK and their fans as well inside the EML kickoff. There is still chances for them to redeem themselves with the games that they have coming up soon. And speaking of this whole like friends thing inside this, I feel like this Gen G team is just a spot of oil that is leaking all over the EML here because we had LMs on that roster last year. We have 2 or 3 former teammates from Gen G from last year going up against each other in the next game. We're talking about Deadshot going up against Nako and Skies in 2 very different rosters. After the break, when we're back, we're going to have a look at Fnatic and Virtus Pro. We're absolutely zooming through the day because we're at the halfway point of our first day here at the Kickoff 30. That means we're jumping back into Group A for Fnatic versus Virtus Pro. Now, for both these teams, last year that absolutely not go the way that they would have hoped. So I'm seeing different rosters here, but I'm also thinking, especially for the likes of Fnatic, right? It needs to be better than last year. There's absolutely no excuses for this roster. It makes me wonder, Jack, what are the true ambitions for this team going into 2026?
Yeah, I think so. Fnatic were one of the partner organizations of last year, you know, alongside G2 and Secret and Shifters and Falcons. And all of those rosters that I've just spoke about made some really aggressive roster changes. And I think some would say actually Fnatic have been the big losers of the roster transfer window. When there are S-tier players available, Citizen, Nave, Benja, they were all coming back from NA. You know, Shaiko was available, June was available, Adrian was available, and Fnatic have ended up with Deadshot and Halva joining the roster. And I don't hate either player at all. I think Deadshot's a terrific player inside of EML. He's played enough lands now at this point, you know, to be an international player. And Halva's a top rookie. But the profile of the players for an organization and a team that wants to go far don't necessarily match, you know, the signings that they've made. So I think for Fnatic, you know, they are really placing a big bet on potential coming good this year.
I think it's also that when you see all of the names that were available, Benja came back to Europe, you know, Nave came back to Europe, Citizen as well. They let Sarks go. Sarks was the main carry of that team in Stage 2. Like, if you look at the roster itself, they retained the core of 3 players, but they still made 2 roster change. So do you really have a consistency? And also, is there a change in the IGL? Because there was a problem the whole year. They did not have an IGL and struggled with that. And I'm not sure that direction has been filled yet. And so I'm looking at this and I'm like, I like the new pickups. I'm not sure there is the wow effect that we're expecting for a team of that caliber. So I don't know, Jack. I'm looking at this and I'm confused a little bit.
It feels quite negative, but what I will say is, you know, Wizard has got a lot of potential. Halva was a top player inside of Tier 2. You know, we've seen players. Croc has got a lot of potential again. If they realize that potential, there is a lot of firepower on this team, but we were kind of hoping for a big glitz glamour signing from Fnatic that hasn't materialized.
It's fair to say that there's question marks for this team regarding their performance, and I feel like the same might be for Virtus Pro, right? I mean, we all know Virtus Pro has been a little bit slow, but this is looking like a completely different Virtus Pro, the roster that they're showing inside of this year here. And in fact, Leo, they're even going to speak a different language with this combination.
Yeah, a binational one. Well, if you just take into account the players, you've got 3 Russian players, 2 French players. You look at this, and you've got the Brazilian coach. What I like with this is they kept what was the strongest part of VP, which was their firepower. As a reminder, Pasha was top 3 rated player of EML 2 stages in a row. At some point, he dropped more than 120 kills in 9 games. I mean, Pasha, Dan, Rorik, the rookie, all 3 of them are incredible fraggers. Now, the problem was that what was setting them back was their playstyle. Slow, methodical, not an IGL able to call an aggressive and, I guess, more modern meta gameplay. Neko will fix that. From Genji, we've seen that he's able to call aggressively. Skies will be able to shot call. On top of that, Dark will bring the Brazilian vision of the game and the theory crafting that they need. All 3 together, that looks on paper like a great roster. The main question is, will they mesh well together? Can they speak well to each other? Where are the communication issues? Is there synergy when you have 2 different cultures? That's the big question.
I know everybody wanted their hearts to melt and they wanted the Virtus Pro roster that had been together forever to go far, to get to a current meta, but it clearly just wasn't working. They've made this big material change. They've brought in a current vision, as you say, Leo. They've brought in a Brazilian coach who's spent some time in APAC. In theory, they've got representation from absolutely every region, more or less. If they mesh, if they do mesh, it feels like the ceiling of this team is so high. But, like you say, it's not been long. So we expect the kind of, you know, the base, the floor to also be quite low.
On paper, it looks like a really good match for this team here, but Siege isn't played on paper, so we'll have to have a look at what that means for these teams. They're playing their first match here, so I'd like to take a look at the map veto, see where we're going to. And Leo, we're going to Fortress.
Oh, wow. It's a VP map veto where we're going
we
to a new
didn't know
map.
what was coming, Leo.
How crazy is that? If you needed one more proof that VP is not the VP you used to know, they're willing to play new maps. They're willing to play a different play style. They're willing to have a bigger map pool. This is one of the first times that I was looking at. By signing Neko and IGL, they're changing completely their play style and their overall gaming identity. And this is why we see a bigger map pool. And what better way to show this than to start off and play for the very first time, both for Fnatic and VP, Fortress.
And it's worth noting that Fortress came in right before SI, right? So we've not seen either of these teams really, especially in their current form with these 5 players on the roster, because they've both changed materially from the SI quals. We've not seen either of them play Fortress, so we don't necessarily know what to expect from them either. But yeah, for VP, we used to be able to predict their map vetoes about 4 weeks before they played the game. Now we don't have a clue. This is great.
That's crazy. Do you think Fnatic maybe expected this to be brought out, given, of course, like there's been roster changes, right? Do you think, Jack, that they might have expected a Fortress here today?
Expected? No, I don't know. It depends how much these teams have scrimmed, I would say, generally, in terms of scrimming each other. Once they knew they were in the same group, I would guess that it was probably dropped. I would imagine both of the teams are looking quite intrinsic and internally focused, knowing what bans and what maps they didn't want to play, rather than what their opponent would want to play or what is necessarily strong for their opponent, because of just how materially these two teams have changed.
And just a few things to note here before we kick off the match. First and foremost, VP is in a bootcamp, which is pretty good. They have a good ping. They're all together. When I meant that we have different cultures and that they need to build their synergy, what better way than to do this when you're all living in the same area? Now, the second thing is pay attention to the rookies. We've seen the cam of Rorik. I'm super interested to see him. Very much like Rexton, they were grinding their way with DK. I'm super interested to see how he will play at tier 1 level. And it's the same thing for Hova. Out of all 5 players from Paranuhuone, he's the one that got picked to replace Jax. Another Finn. We'll see how it goes. But I'm excited to see these 2 new rookies play the game here.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, you're mentioning the ping there, right? We all saw how lethal Virtus Pro were last year on that low ping, being together in the same room as well. It truly was a Pasha party in stage 1 when they were on that low ping, and they were utilizing that playstyle of being together with this new language as well. I'm so curious how that's going to go, but I'm glad you're mentioning the rookies as well, right? In particular for a player like Rorik, I feel like his step up to tier 1 is so well deserved for years at this point. He's been making life really difficult for the players inside tier 2, dropping absolute insane games. So seeing him with this roster, absolutely incredible. But in total, in fact, like 8 rookies in this year, all these new organizations as well, Leo. Like it's again a proof that our tier 2 scene is so incredibly strong.
I think we're starting to see we're ripping off where the seeds were planted, right? We had a big question mark about the grassroots about 3 years ago, and I think that the investment that have been made with Rainbow Rumble, then you have Combine, then you have Southbridge, then all of these give you points, and you have T2 finals. With that setup, you now have throughout the season a way for you to make a semi-professional living from the cash prizes. You have a way to show yourself, and on top of that, remember, there were major LCQs where you could get all the way and have tier 2 teams play tier 1 teams and show themselves and reveal new talents. I think all of this system literally is paying off. This is why we're starting to see so many rookies. Not only in EU, by the way. If you look at NA, they have, I think, more than 12 rookies starting in NAL. That's what I love to see, is that we see consistent player development that will carry out young players with ambition into tier 1.
Do you think Croc's ready to play? Nope. No, Croc. No, he is definitely not. He was hydrating himself.
Just go back.
Yeah. I was like, he's going to sit down and he's going to be ready to go. No, he is most definitely not. But no, just, I mean, on the rookies, even if you look at some of the other players he's not a rookie, of course, but if you look at some of the other players inside of this lobby, Croc was a rookie last year as well. Wiz was a rookie last year. Yeah. So, you know, it's not that long ago that Nacro and Skies were new to the league as well. So this matchup specifically has got a lot of young heads inside of it. And I think you are right in saying that, Leo. I think we've seen the benefits of some of these tier 2 and tier 3 competitions really come to own. Obviously, we've seen as well some returning players from North America, and I think that's what opened up, I would say, a lot of gaps, is that a lot of our top players ended up going and playing in APAC, in NAL as well, that opened up some of the gaps that the rookies have then filled, and then they've just made it their own.
Yeah, and just going back to VP a little bit here, because I think like many people, and we were the first ones to chat about it, when VP was announced, we all had the same question mark. We had listened to Nako in interviews in English, and maybe it was the pressure, but he didn't have, a full-fledged English yet, and playing with Skies, I was not sure of his English level. When we interviewed Dan, for example, or Pasha, they had a decent English, but I was always thinking do they have a professional English enough to really build chemistry with their teammates? And so I had a chat with Skies a little bit ahead of the season, and I asked him, how is it going with the bootcamp? How is it going with the relationship with Dan, with Pasha? And he was saying, we play ranked together after the scrims. We're really creating that bonding. We play other games together. We're developing a relationship. And there's the honeymoon period that's going to carry that. There's always a moment where it will end, and we'll see if that really carries through with the team. But so far, the comms seem to not be an issue. From what I hear in the scrims, everyone in Europe actually raises the bar. Like they're kind of afraid of VP. They seem to be doing well in scrims. And I think that the comms issue is not an issue for sure right now, because they just need to be efficient. They all know the game really well. And you don't need a professional English. You just need to be able to call a player in a certain way and just be very efficient with your words. So overall, I'm not too worried about it. It's more so in the long run. Can you really build a team culture when you live so far apart?
Yeah, I mean, after seeing Shaiko convert to playing in English, I'm absolutely convinced, Leo, that absolutely anybody and anybody on earth is able to do it inside of a team. I will say that's the big risk for VP, is that on paper stuff, it all makes sense, but it's about meshing the language, the team culture, the synergy, the kind of brotherhood. Remember these players, this is the biggest change they've ever done in their career, for Dan and Pasha particularly, in terms of going away from that Russian core, going to an English-speaking roster and bringing new cultures into their team. If that works, I think this team on paper can absolutely fly.
Yeah. It might be that I'm a very gullible person, but I'm buying all of this, by the way. Like, I would want to believe that this roster does have that brotherhood that you mentioned, right, Leo, where they play these other games and are really gelling well in and outside the server together. But it is only the first day. There is so much for us to see and to unfold with these teams here, because the fact of the matter is we can only send 4 teams at the end of this kickoff to the Salt Lake City Major. And as of right now, these 2 teams, well, given their results from last year, probably aren't the ones that will merge themselves into that top 4. There is one more factor, though, as we wait for the players to get ready and finalize their final things before this game can start. And we briefly mentioned it before we sent it to the break. You talk about the IGL on the side of Virtus.pro, Nako bringing that new IGLing style together with his teammate Skies. They are playing against a little teammate of them. I mean, playing against Deathshot Jack, you kind of know that player through and through at that point. You know what he's going to be doing in the server.
Yeah, I think it's maybe more important for Deadshot, because I think for Nako, he's having to read on Fnatic, who, quite famously don't really run with an IGL. Whereas for Deadshot, he will know how Nako thinks. He will know how Skies likes to operate. But that being said, the leveler to that may be Fortress, because of how recently it was added back in. It's not a tried and tested map where he knows, oh, here's Nako's habits, here's how he generally likes to approach the map. Fortress is very new. What worked 2, 3, 4 months ago in Fortress maybe doesn't work now. New operators change it, all that type of stuff. So I think maybe the map is the big leveler for that one.
I'm glad Croc is back.
Croc's back.
Looking great into the camera. Well, thank you for looking at me like this. I'm slightly terrified of you, Croc, right now. If you can stop the eye contact, it's making me feel weird. Thank you very much. I'm just thinking, looking at this roster, the question mark for me is the direction. I've said it before. On one side, VP, we have a clear IGL, and we have players able to shot call. Pasha, Skies, they can all do it. I look on the other side. I know Wizard has amazing comms because I've watched his YouTube videos. Go check them, by the way. He's got screen clips, and honestly, his game sense is insane. He's a young kid, but he's got incredible game vision. He's got incredible comms. That's good. That's a shot caller. Deadshot, I know him as well. He's a good shot caller. Who is calling the shots, though? Who is the IGL? Who's making the decisions? That was a mistake that they had the entire year where they could not find who was IGLing. I want to see that, especially when they will have to start attack on Fortress, a new map. Can it work? Do they have someone that's calling everything here?
Yeah, and I think the big thing is actually, obviously, Fnatic signed a lot of these players quite recently, right? So I think the core of the Fnatic team were actually playing some of the tier 2, tier 3 qualifiers recently, just to play and get some of the experience under the belt whilst they were waiting to find out what was going on with, whether they would be representing Fnatic or not. They actually played with Skies, if I remember rightly, in I can't remember. Challenger Series qualifiers, was it?
Challenger
maybe?
Series and
Challenger Series
as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. So, they've also, you talk about Deadshot playing against still teammates. Technically, Skies has most recently played with the Fnatic core as well. So, a lot of these players have played together and will be now experiencing tier 1 against each other for a first time.
I think it just again shows how crazy this recent transfer window has been as well, right? The fact that we can link players up with rosters that they've trialed with, they scrimmed with, they've seen the future potentially with them. And as they're getting into this, of course, this first match for these two teams will have to wait a little bit longer. We're waiting on the players to get ready to finally jump into that game, but we should almost be there. Our expectations for this game. And I know it's really difficult given that we are going to a new map that we haven't really seen from these two teams yet, but on paper, Leo, who do you think might come out on top of this one?
I think if you think strictly of theory, I think that VP is the perfect merger
agrees.
of it. What's up?
I said Pasha agrees. He was he nodded as you said VP there, Leo.
Yeah, I think they're the perfect merger of the two teams that were scraping that top 4, right? Genji last year and VP last year. Inconsistent, yes, but both of them quite often in the playoffs and then in the final run for that 4th spot to a major, right? I look at these guys and I think they are the ones that are the favorites. When on the side of Fnatic, they would have gotten relegated if it wasn't for the partner.
Oh, good news for seeing the fist bumps. That means the game is ready. Thank you so much for your patience. Thank you for sticking around with us. The first game for both these teams is ready to start inside the EML kickoff.
Thank you very much, and we are ready to rock and roll with these two. And thank you to the devs for keeping us entertained through that little tech issue that we had, but we are good to go. Fnatic versus Virtus Pro M. It feels like a story of potential on one side in that Fnatic roster versus change and excitement, I'm sure, for Virtus Pro fans on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, it's strange, right? I have to say it. It is strange to be like, here I go casting Virtus Pro, and you look at the names on the right, and you're like, oh. For how long this roster has sort of been, for how long we haven't had changes, for how long there was the ideas of the methodology and whatever. You know, Fnatic, they've gone through a few players, they've gone through a few iterations, they've gone through struggles. Virtus Pro had one of their biggest struggles recently. From probably back from when obviously there was the whole thing about the changing organizations and where the players went and blah, 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 blah. But, oh, it's strange, right? And strange can be amazing. We've seen 2 different results, obviously, throughout this game so far. And we saw them in a method where on one hand, the team that was sort of coming in as the potential strange, the potential new, didn't quite hit them up. And then the follow through was, oh, this team is pulling really good stops together. What are we going to get here, Tim?
Well, we're going to get a few things that I do know for sure, and that is, one, we're going to get a new map. We've got Fortress. It has replaced Skyscraper in the pool. We saw it at SI, of course, but it's the first time that we're seeing it here inside of EML. For what it's worth, I love watching Fortress. I love playing Fortress at the minute. I think it is a great addition to our pool. Not only that, we are also going to see the warning is out. We've got the first snake being seen inside of EML play. Prox is going to bring along Solid Snake. So if you're unfamiliar with our newest operator, he has a scanner that can be kind of used, I'll call it as like a soft scan mode, where he's going to go in, he gets a little bit of the map revealed, he can see a circle on there, and it'll tell him if there's anybody within that circle or not. And then he's got a more advanced scan mode, which is more limited in time, and that will literally show him red dots. There we go, we get a nice view of the scan, so there is somebody present within that area of the map, so that tells him there's a bit of danger there. If he was to activate it for his like advanced scan, it would show where they are and which way they are looking. So that's how Snake works, and we're expecting to see him used a lot of the time in roam clearance, in taking control, taking space off the defenders.
So, Fortress, how would it find itself in towards this approach? Obviously, just getting the Twitch drone in, getting the control on towards the corner. We get the start of a blind, and what was once an external part of the map, they can now sort of drift right. There's a window off towards the left. He can't just hang around in this position, but he doesn't intend to. Drives himself in and then gets knocked immediately out. Dan, a very important response there, as we can still hear the pop and the roll of gadgetry, but okay, Halva is able to tear the head off of Nako. We didn't quite expect the position to be held, but oh, neither did they. Skies dips his head out the window, and it's seemingly a little bit of a guessing game, a bit of a shooting gallery as the ducks keep popping up, but unfortunately, Anyone's being put down over the past couple are Fnatic players. A 3 versus 1. The fight on towards Horse in the middle of the site. Does get one dead shot. Gets his way around, but at this point with the 2 versus 1 and 50 seconds, they just have to play this together. Doesn't have the kit. Doesn't have more than 7 bullets in his pocket. He's so worried about someone swinging in. He has to peel back to get the reload. And well, there's the picture-in-picture and where the kid is, Tim. Kind of an impossible recollection with Rorik's shotgun that close.
Yeah, Rorik's just going to sit on top of this. He knows exactly how to play this round. I'm excited to see Rorik's performances inside of Tier 1. It's a name that we've heard for, a good while now, and seeing him move on to the Virtus Pro roster is certainly going to lead to, I'm sure, some interesting moments. He knows exactly where he is. There's very little he can do about this. Rorik just needs to hold himself below. 15 seconds left to go. Yep, he gets the down. He can get the kill if he wishes. 10 seconds left to go. He now has to make a move to plant, and that was the beauty of what Virtus Pro were doing. Skies was so far away on that back line, ready to mop up any problems that they had at the end. Great stuff from Virtus Pro and a good start from them. The attack from Fnatic, heavily focused towards Courtyard. 2 players from there. That's not something we've seen too much of in the past. I think Courtyard can be a very, very dangerous area to be putting yourself as an attacker. So we'll keep an eye on that, and whether maybe that's something that Fnatic continue to do, or, maybe it was we'll give it a go, see what happens, and then we'll move to the opposite side of the map if it doesn't work in future. But yeah, definitely a tough area to play inside. We would more often have seen attackers moving from the dorms and games side, try and get control over there, and then move across through bathroom and on into site. But Fortress is a very new map, so we are going to see, lots of things changing. We're going to see lots of new things being tried, and we'll just have to see how they shake down. But that idea didn't really pan out for Fnatic. So Virtus Pro will take the first round and move us on. They're going to go across 2 dorms and games, which I spoke about. So this time we're going to have Pasha with a little bit of reinforcement up towards what was the previous site, office and bathroom. But I think really important part here is going to be meeting. It's going to be that small room up at the top of your screen now that can be really pivotal to teams getting control over this site or not. I would imagine Fnatic are going to want to force Virtus Pro away from this so that they can then work in from that bathroom side, from that meeting side.
Just another quick moment there. There's something so cool about having, you both the replays and you have an over-the-shoulder of solids, of Snake even, just sort of sneaking the way in. So, I mean, come on.
Changing mags.
It's just cool. Anyway.
It's just beautiful, isn't it?
It's just cool, right? It's just... Anyway. Here we have now, obviously, Fnatic not quite getting the front foot in. Try and lead themselves in with the double down on the shield. Blackbeard and Blitz. Piece together a position where Deepak was caught out before with Candela's still in hand. And now, well, not quite the same position, but also not quite the same site with the immediacy of the pressure. This position, Force, massively important to hold on to. And just absolutely one you got to pay a bit more keen attention towards. It's a big sort of swing in. You've got to have the step coverage. There's a bit of a route to put pressure on it from behind, and they just lose out almost immediately. Dead shot done. Dan getting Crocs and has to follow through. Well, those bodies from Fnatic just keep falling. 5 versus 3. They've got themselves control of this area, but think about where the side is and also how they've rotated back unpunished as well, Tim.
Absolutely that. I think, Fnatic on the attack here are a little bit concerning for me. They've moved in without intel. That's how they've lost that opening kill. It was so easy for Virtus Pro to pick Deadshot up. Fnatic seemed like they were in some sort of rush to move in through Horse, and they hadn't fully droned it. They didn't know everybody who was there, and Virtus Pro, by contrast, are playing this really well. They've kept themselves back on site now. They've just dropped back. They're not pushing for these fights. They're happy to take them when they come, and they're just playing in behind their utility here. You've got that Keeper barricade that's going to keep Skies safe. He can play himself in that corner, and he just controls that whole corridor coming out of Horse. Great stuff from him. 40 seconds left to go now. for Fnatic. They are starting to get some breaching done and take a little bit of ground. They have forced Skies back into site itself so that they can take these stairs. So that is good progress. But manpower is going to be the problem at this point. 3 versus 5 becomes a 3 versus 4 as they start to solve that problem. But look at this. Toxic Babe canister comes out. There's still 2 left in pocket. It's going to be difficult for them to get into this site at this rate.
I mean, Pasha just swinging out towards the external, gets one. Wizard gets dropped as well, and with 9 seconds left, and everybody still to try and chew through here before you even think about getting the kit down. Just bullying him outside. That's that new power position, right? It's a double hard wall potentially, but a lot of teams will keep the side open, keep it soft, put a gadget there, and then you can just swing out. You can make it impossible to approach, because then, well, if they're getting themselves set up there, then you have the vending position, the other window just over towards the right hand side. And as we saw, the longer you're sort of sat there, well, teams are just going to take advantage of that. They're going to try and swing out. They're going to see if they can get a bit lucky and get a bit of intel here as well.
That's great. Well, it can't happen. Those are the sort of things Fnatic are going to have to change quickly. You know, you can't have Deadshot walking into Horse to just into an FNAT. So there's 2 things that have been missed. The fact there's an FNAT there that's active, and the fact that there's a player just behind the pillar. Like, I'm sorry, it can't happen, is the reality. But yeah, Virtus.pro, they punished them well. Look, they've done a great job there. They're trying to hide away the Kaid here as well. I think they just want to keep Pasha off the radar for now, so that maybe Fnatic miss that and don't bring along the utility. As it is, they've got the IQ, so it's not really going to matter too much. But this is a site that I'm really interested in seeing, because at SI we saw quite a break in the 2 ways of attacking this. Some teams would use the verticals, but honestly, more often than not, it was ignored. I don't think teams are finding too much value in those verticals. You get into dorms, you get into games, you try to control that area, you rip up the floor, and you can see a reasonable amount of sight. But what tends to happen is the defenders just defend from a little bit deeper, because there is a space where you can't get a sight down onto it from above. So yeah, we've seen a lot of teams kind of forgo that top floor. They don't worry about the top floor take. They'll just come in and try and get horizontal control. But now that we're into EML, now that we're a month post SI, there's been more work done on this, more scrims. I'm interested to see whether that changes or not.
Now, this sort of site, it is going to always be the weaker. You'll have this tertiary back and forth for a lot of teams, but on this map, I think people have sort of said, okay, you'll battle for the first 2, and if this one goes away from you, well, it's not the end of the world. You're generally not going to have probably anyone. I mean, okay, there'll be a team out there that wants to try and run Hammam, but don't expect that as the side choice. There's a lot of verticality. Get yourself in, get these angles sort of locked down, and the awareness that Kaid is going to buy them some time to get rid of it. So pull off this, gets the breach done, gets in the verticality, but here you can see that Virtus.pro aren't offering them anything, right? They're keeping themselves kind of cautious. They're keeping themselves kind of tucked back in. They're waiting for the drop to come through, but the drop might be a little bit more aggressively hit than they expect. Big utility dump, nothing immediately followed through. The track stangers all their way out, but still you're kind of waiting here for the impact, and the impact is just a crouch into sight, Tim.
Yeah, well played from Crocs there. Just manages to make his move, and that takes the attention that is going to allow Deepek to get this diffuser down inside of the smoke as well. Much, much better from Fnatic. That's what we were hoping to see out of this roster. Good teamwork, good coordination. They've got in there with a flawless round. That's exactly what they needed to get themselves on the board. They've taken that third choice site away. And to answer my question, they've used verticality really well. They've got the hatch open. They've played around it. They've forced the defenders away. They've forced them into the open arms of Croxon, by the way. And then they've taken the drop, and that's where they've got the plant in from. So really good from Fnatic. That's going to be an attack that's worth having a look back on at the end of the day, just to see exactly how that broke down. There was a play from Virtus.pro that I was kind of quietly watching, but never developed. Skies was the only player who was up there on that top floor, and he dropped onto central stairs, but he was just kind of held at bay. I'm not sure if Fnatic knew he was there, or maybe he just never took the push, but he played pretty much the entire game there, the entire round on those central stairs. It was like he was waiting for his moment, but it never came. But I'm not sure that could just be down to good, I commented on the intel and lack of it in round 2 from Fnatic. That could just be great intel from them in round 3, making sure that they were aware of that flank, that they had it locked down. So good stuff from Fnatic. Definite turnaround in round 3.
There was that sort of element where, as I said, they were taking their time with it. And as you said, it's a good turnaround, because we look at the round before, we look at where they were sort of tucking themselves in, not clearing utility, not dealing with utility properly. In some senses, feeling like they weren't aware of it.
10 seconds left
that
before
sort of
insertion.
slowed down.
Bomb located by
let's
attackers.
check, let's recheck, let's take
5
the
seconds
pace
left
that this
before
map offers,
insertion.
because it is quite a heavy map, right? There's a lot of different corridors, different angles. Before, Fortress, in its first iteration, felt like everything almost led to everything. Every corridor seemed to back onto another corridor, and then you were walking around in a square and everywhere could get you. Here, it's more intricate. It's a bit more maze-like, and you can't just trust
ready.
that they haven't got themselves stretched out, and that was sort of what Fnatic did. What they wanted, they had, and they made sure they had. Here, though, back towards the top floor, back towards the sites where things did drift away from them. This one did technically come close. 1 versus 2 almost got itself in, but without the sort of last bit of time, they couldn't quite throw themselves over. Flores just get rid of some of the work around here, and it's double walled. There's that bending window I talked about. It's just risky to sort of sit in this position too long, because, well, you turn into a little bit of a free nibble for the defenders, Tim.
Yeah, exactly. Interestingly, we're seeing that full CGI combo as well. Sam Fisher and Solid Snake both brought along here. I do love Zero as an operator. I think he's a little bit underutilized sometimes. The level of intel that he can bring. We just saw the sort of advanced level scan from Snake coming in there as well. That just gave the details. It gave that exact position, and also the POV, the line of sight being held by the player inside of dorms. But 5 versus 5, Fnatic struggling to make progress forward in here. They know where the player's located, but they can't really do much about it at the minute, because he's behind that solid wall, hoping to catch somebody rotating through meeting. But right now, 1.5 minutes has been wasted by the defense here, and there's the kill eventually. Deadshot manages to get in, get that done. That's the entry. 5 versus 4, and now Fnatic have got control of that opposite side of the map that I was talking about. They've left the courtyard alone this time, and they are much more secure in their position.
Hearing the sound of Solid Snake slowly peering in and driving closer towards. Less than 1 minute on. Pretty much every player still standing. Anyone who moves is someone who could try and slow down this approach. So this slow and steady, this methodology that's been adapted by Fnatic has to keep its drive. Thatcher gonna roll through. Just make sure that they can get rid of anything on this. There's the surprise strike. There's the bit of hard breach that's actually not going to fully pop off by the seam of it. Not in time as Dan drifts on out, gets one. There's Pasha for 2. And the approach has not quite met its mark here. Body after body has fallen, and all of them found.
I think it was a better approach from Fnatic this time. But you got to remember, it's a first choice site for a reason. Teams are going there and are likely on the defense to be winning those rounds. It's kind of expected. So yeah, I think what I like from Fnatic there was that it was an adaptation. It was different from the round that we saw them lose in round 1. They've come out and they've said, you know what, Courtyard didn't really work. Let's try and take dorms and games instead. They've actually done a great job of that. It took them quite a while at 1:45, so it does leave you, with limited time then working in towards site. But look, it's a difficult position to clear out. You can see there you've got a solid wall that you've got to play through. You've got to get onto that doorway. You've got the threat of meeting as well. You've got an Azami using Kiba barricades for both doors. It's a bit of a nightmare to to play into. So I think Fnatic did a good job not to lose anybody on that push through. But Virtus.pro, they've not been rattled by that. They've taken what they've been given. A minute 45 wasted before they can start thinking about sight, and then Virtus.pro will, you know, hold their angles. They'll wait for those swings to come. They'll wait for Fnatic to have to make a move, which is, when you've got a minute left on the clock, exactly what you're going to have to do as the attackers. So well played from Virtus.pro. No panic in them. 3-1 now on the scoreboard, and they will go back to that other top floor side.
Here as well, it's always the sort of the test and the probe, right? You get a new season, you get a new map, you couldn't really be trying to do more, but then it's the conversation about these two teams. I think you're going to have, usually in this environment, defenders very often 4-2 starts, if not 5-1, because of all those elements putting together. The probing nature of your defenses and your attacks being put to the test properly at this level in this league is something that takes time to build together, especially with the new rosters and, you know, the intricacies of a map like this. As I said, the sort of compartmentalization of your approaches, the way that it bleeds into each other, the way that you've got these little corner power positions is sort of rooted out. Here is one behind the desk, but they've got 2 reinforcements. So if they think the pressure gets a bit too hot, they can just tuck their way back through and try and peel out. And there, as the flashes come through, the drop on the procs, they can't quite follow through with anything else. They're going to try and be a little bit aggressive, and now he knows he's a bit out of time. Pops that on towards the white stairs. You've got Skies offering some support from the side of Horse behind the keeper barricade, but they can't quite pinch them out just yet. And look at the difference. Last time we were here, the lack of attention just walked their way in towards Horse and got caught out in towards the Fenrir trap. And now, multiple bodies. They've got the close down. They've got that reinforced done. They haven't been able to hand over the ground just yet. They've doubled up onside the Horse to turn it into a bit of a tandem support position. Another keeper all the time wasted. And oh, the first player goes down. Deepek isn't dead, but it does stop the rest of this approach here. Tim, bit by bit, they're breaking through.
Yeah, it's the Dorkaby that's down as well. Big loss if Deepek cannot be collected. There is still one call in pocket, which would often be used to force the enemy team off cams and, you know, reduce their intel when you go in for that final execute. They've got Deepek back on his feet. That's actually really important for Fnatic. Also, with nobody dead on the side of Virtus.pro, there's been no opportunity to grab the cams off them either. So that bulletproof camera, you know, that could be a difference maker. If you can get access to the cams and then you can see where that's located, it may well be you that benefits from the intel. So definitely a good job they've got the Dockerby back up. 48 seconds left to go though, and Fnatic, they have got work to do. Are they aware that they're being watched by an Echo drone? Wizard manages to pick up one onto Dan. That's going to give Fnatic the advantage. 30 seconds left to go. Breach is now done and they can start pressuring directly towards site, but I'm just a little bit concerned here that they are going to run out of time again, much like they did in that last round. Virtus.pro have done a great job of just burning away, quite literally, seconds off the clock. 10 seconds left to go. Fnatic make a move. Deadshot 1, however 2. Rorik manages to stand tall with a double though. A big performance from the rookie, but might not be enough. 3 versus 1. Echo Drone can do nothing to prevent the plant going down, and Neko, he's the one who needs to fight back. 1v3 becomes the 1v2. He knows that there's one just around this corner, switches to the shotgun, but smart play from Fnatic. They've extended the distance there. They've looked for a longer range engagement. They've slowly just pulled themselves away, and the long arm is not going to be so long. Neko, he's going to go for it, but no, the bait is there. The 1v2 becomes a 1v none. Neko does it.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable scenes. I mean, the joy on their face is well earned. That's just... They got that plant in that position because they could tuck in that corner, because they had the safety of a lot of different angles, and the post-plant hold there, the 2 versus 1, they were locked out of being able to quickly rotate in towards meeting. They couldn't quite get the cross in the way that they would have wanted, and the best way in some manners to play against the guns in the post-plant position. But here, just the doubling down on that lock-in, that swinging one after the other, hoping he would feed immediately back into the kit, not playing the time. What a clutch. What a gift on our first date. Wizard as well. Wizard took the first half of the damage from the first swing as he was retreating away. which he didn't really need to be in the position to take. But I guess, you know, they wanted to try and hold on to the aggression because they did well there, Fnatic. As we sort of shared throughout the build-up, they were procedural. They had all the cross angles done. The moment when it came down to the explosion on towards the site, so well coordinated.
Reloading, cover me.
But unfortunately, when you get the closest towards the end of the race, suddenly mistakes can be made, and we'll see if that's one that haunts them. 4-1. As I said, it's not surprising to get a 4-2 or even a 5-1. The opening sort of defense on a new map with new teams. But we'll see if Fnatic can double down on a site where, remember last time, it was a lot of, hey, look, we're up here, we're up here, we're up here. Crossman's in the site, gets 2 kills.
Oh, you've got to feel for Fnatic on that last round, but I just think they got baited in too quickly on that diffuser. You know, not to, hindsight's a wonderful thing, you know, not to be too critical of Deepek there. So you've got to make a move if you're hearing that sound, but he was so deep into that move, wasn't he? Like, Neko had him hook, line and sinker at that point, you know, and he'd only gone for a... Maybe you can just hold off that little bit longer or make it more of a quick peek. I don't know. Look, Deepek's gone in there, and he's found himself in a tough situation, but well played from Virtus.pro and well played from Neko there, choosing to go to the shot here. I thought Fnatic had it. They'd taken, you know, made it such a longer range engagement. I thought that's brilliant. You're against the shot here, you know, get yourself the advantage, but Virtus.pro still find a way. Great stuff from them, and 4-1. But as you say, Fnatic, they won this round last time out, this site, and they're going to be going for pretty much the same. They've got themselves top floor control very, very quickly. They've got that hatch open. They'll use the track stingers like they did last time down through the hatch to try and restrict movement inside a site, and then it'll be looking to drop down and plant inside of smoke. So what difference do Virtus.pro have? Well, they've got the Warden here. That's going to be the big one. Keep an eye on Rorik. He's going to be super important to stop this plant from going down.
Ooh, well, it's sort of a fool me once situation there, right? As I said it before, we knew what the play was, we called it out, and here they just did the same thing and tried to make it happen quicker. Pasha, that's not an outline of a gun you often see get a kill on the top right screen, but gets one. And now, I mean, they're still going for a bold and brash play. There's the drop down, the pressure on towards it, but not immediately going to move into the smoke. The Sense has the cross down from Laundry, ready to watch in if anyone tries to swing around the surgical gear, but they don't need to, right? They've got this watch from these positions. They're happy to sort of sit at the longer angles and wait. With 20 seconds or so left, one less player to do the divide at this point. We're eyeing up this 5-1. I mean, he's just got to send it, and he knows he's going to head right into the Wasting Dragon's maw. Let's get one for his trouble. That is all.
Great stuff from Virtus.pro there. You know, just again reading into, like you said, what Fnatic did last time. You felt like that round kind of crumbled for Fnatic once Croxon was taken out. It was once they've lost that, you know, sort of surprise element. Once they've lost the wasp in the room that's going to go in there and get some kills, it just made it really, really tough for them. But at the side switch, again, we can head back to the desk for a quick look into their minds.
Yeah, quick chat about this first half here so far. It is not uncommon for us to see defender favorite splits when a map is new, right? It always needs a little bit in the favor of the defenders here. But my question here, Jack, is are Virtus.pro winning these rounds or are Fnatic losing them?
I think Virtus.pro are emphatically winning these rounds and Fnatic are emphatically losing them, to be honest. And I will say VP, those worries, those concerns about maybe them being a little bit disjointed, changing languages, you know, first time really playing together, they've put my mind immediately at ease. They look so good. They're playing layered defenses, they're playing for each other, mid-round reinforcements, and they've got that clutch factor in Neko as well. But Fnatic, Leo, Fnatic have looked pretty poor on their attacks.
Yeah, my problem is First and foremost, they are extremely slow, which makes it for VP so easy to just peel off slowly. If you just take a look at the 2 bomb site on the top floor, by the way, it is every time a full extension. They take the entirety of the top floor and they peel off slowly. Whenever they're defending bunks, they go all the way to dropper, all the way to top of main stairs. They play around that horse area, then master, then bathroom, then meeting, and then finally they peel back to the bomb site. Fnatic just follows, but they struggle to take every single inch of territory. They take ages to get into the building. They redrone and lose information. Whenever they get a pick, they don't follow that momentum. And sometimes what were supposed to be the cutoffs are getting too aggressive at the wrong moment. VP is winning it by playing the right way, but Fnatic, they're losing it by not playing as a team.
Seems like a rough start for Fnatic here, but they get to go on defense now to play maybe a little bit more passive on their side, though. What can Furnace Pro show us on the attack on this new map? We'll send it back to our casters with the second half.
Thank you very much, and we will see just where the bans are going to go. Fnatic, of course, going to have to come out strong here. It's been tough for them so far. Double shield ban will kick us off. It's going to be Monty and Clash taken away.
Yeah, I mean, who do you want in a map where you're having to go slow and steady to enter and to check corners and to keep things locked? Oh, probably Monty. And also the same Clash. Who do you want on your defense where you can be reactive, you can rebuild walls? It's just sort of, in some manners, get rid of the easiest level of exploration, right? Oh, like Crox's arrows is falling away. It's like one of those ones that tracks you, but it's really confused. But yeah, there's these elements of change. There's this element of things coming together. Now, there's also this element, right, that was talked about of Virtus Pro are all together. They're all in this position where they're working together. Those comms, that reactivity is something that really helps teams. And if they can convert one of these 2 top floor sites within the opening 2 rounds, I mean, A, you'll get your timeout from Fnatic 100% because when else would they use it? B, surely that just gives them the drive to push this one over.
At the moment, yeah, you've got to say, obviously they picked up on it on the desk there. One of the main points is, you know, Virtus Pro winning rounds, Fnatic are making mistakes and losing them as well. So we've got to see a turnaround in performance from Fnatic. It's not just about, you know, now they're on the defense, they can play the same way and win a few rounds because, you know, maybe Fortress's defender sided today. I think there's a little bit more to it than that, and we've got to see, you know, those mistakes kind of being cut out and making sure that they are on top of the details, because right now Virtus Pro are a little bit of a different beast to what we've seen previously. You know, once upon a day we would have expected Virtus Pro, and this is going to be another great test for us to watch out for in this second half. You know, historically we expected Virtus Pro to be predictable on attack. You knew what they were going to do. They'd just try and do it better than you could do anything about. We expected them to be slow and struggle for time. We expected them to be methodical. I think we're going to start to see that change. I'm expecting, you know, hoping to see maybe a little bit more aggression from them, a little bit more explosiveness, you know, a willingness to adapt. We're going to see an impact trick here, just going to take that exothermic out. It's well held by Deadshot there, just waiting until he has the opportunity to take the actual utility out itself, rather than just trying to damage the player.
They're trying to get the second one, and they do. Grimby's on towards the window, but at this point, you're all out of impact here, Deadshot, so you've taken out some of the utility, but that's when they do the pocket breach. That's when they do the little one. They're keeping the other exothermic. And at this point here, the drive on through, they'll see if they can try and make a bit more pace up here, drive themselves up towards the upper right stairs, get the pinch on towards the back of the horse position, and here, Croxon will fall back. Get some support on towards Halver. We saw exactly the same juggling of this position before. We saw around the same time, and we know how much further they have to get. Destroys the Banshee, but gets themselves out of there, so I think they'll take that as a trade. The Tufts wait. Ready to sort of spring into action, ready to maybe get droned and then fall back. Just keep them slow. A churning, grinding assault from the attackers is going to be something that leaves the defenders with a lot more to play through in towards this final 30 seconds. Every player still standing. I think the longest that we've had this throughout this showdown so far, Fnatic are just not offering them a single in here, Tim.
No, and it's, you know, it's worth remembering that we're on the opposite side of the map to what you might expect here. This is Dorm's game that we're looking at as a site, so there's still a lot of work for Virtus.pro to do here. This is 2.5 minutes just trying to get themselves kind of as far as bathroom and established. They haven't got a single kill yet. Wizard manages to find the opener. Naquo does pick up one onto Crocs to trade it out. 4 versus 3 as Virtus.pro do start to push forward, but will those time issues continue to plague them? 2 versus 1, 5 seconds left. Wizard with the final kill and a good hold from Fnatic. They wasted so much time there. However, was not dislodged from Horse until really near the end of that round. He was using his Kiba barricades. There was Goyo canisters. There was everything there to burn out the progress of Virtus.pro, and it did a brilliant job for them. Great stuff, and exactly the start that Fnatic needed here on defense.
So, how many can they get? Can they get that doubling down on the top floor? It was very controlled. And that was sort of what was talked about from our analysts in the break. It was sort of highlighted again by you afterwards, was the control of the pace, the control of the sort of meter of the game, both in the musical rhythm, but also in the sense of meters measured in the ground as well, because they had very decent control of it. They peeled off when they needed to. They made sure that, well, it's weird to say a team that is historically slow because they've changed things. Virtus.pro can still be slowed down on a map where you have to be a bit punchy because of the sheer vastness of this top floor, right? Because of how much you have to clear to begin looking at the site itself. It was just sort of perfectly balanced there by the defenders. If they can continue that pressure here, Wizard might be left alone on the roam itself, but the rest have peeled their way back in, and it's Halver that's just making sure that nobody goes quick. A shotgun on these stairs is beyond lethal. It's a very important sort of power position to play because you can lock down the drop from the staircase that leads up towards the tower. You can make sure they can't just scream their way in from Horse as well. You just offer support on towards that desk position. It's a very integral part, and you know, to try and swing your way up there against an English shotgun isn't going to go too well.
No, it's always going to be a tough ask to dislodge, however, from there. So just having a look at the positioning of VP at the minute, it looks like they are mostly going to be shifting across for that maybe old tower, Dawn's game side approach, get control over there and try to move their way over. A minute into the round, no major progress just yet, but here it comes. They're now trying to make Dorms that difficult position to hold. It's going to be up to Croxton, and he's using this same corner that I spoke about before, just locking in there behind that solid wall, behind those bunk beds, and just making a nuisance of himself. He's there to burn time, not necessarily to win the entire round, but he just wants to do exactly what they did in the last round, which was, you know, make it difficult for Virtus.pro, give them a lot to think about. But onto Hauver now. Dan is there, love that teamwork. Naquo chases him up the stairs. Dan's in position to take him out as they do. Beautiful control of White Stairs from Virtus.pro.
And this is it. This is how important that position is, right? The player, they tried to slink their way across, but there wasn't anyone on the desk to try and offer any help. He was almost a bit isolated. He was playing the extension, which is going to be dangerous, but he didn't have anywhere he could retreat to because, well, they had pressure on Horse, but then no one was really there to offer support. And this position here as well, desk was locked in. The blinds come out from underneath. They're tucked as close as they can get, but you still got to try and cross the divide and get inside itself. Deadshot watching with the glasses, drops off at the worst possible time, but Croxton is able to get one Wizard as the crossfire, and maybe the wall isn't so impenetrable. Patcher, though, doubles down on the back end. How frequently he is the name that keeps the team bouncing and bounding back in, bounce back. Let's see, 30 seconds, and they're inside. Trying to hold on, but there's no real safe place to plant right now, because as soon as that audio kicks in, it's a 2 versus 1, so why not? Be the grand leveler, why not? Be the 1 versus 1, he's off. He's not gonna get himself too close. We've seen panic, and we almost saw another probing pistol shot be that sort of full stop on the round itself. The shield, will it be enough? There's the play, the blind, the pop, oh! I don't know, Tim. Are we just gonna keep having insane rounds?
What a 1v1 to finish that round. It was so tense with the Blitzer trying to get that plant down, but Wizard played it perfectly. You thought for a second he'd lost it when the bullets hit him, but no, kept a fraction of health and then timed it beautifully at the end. And somehow, I think he must have still been half flashed when he managed to hit that final shot. Naquo did what he could. He managed to use his gadget to try and give himself an advantage in the fight, but it just ultimately wasn't enough. What a finish to the round. And Fnatic, they keep themselves fighting. Again, they did a good job of making things difficult for Virtus.pro. Despite Virtus.pro working well as a team, gaining that white stairs area and pressuring in towards site from there, they still made it very difficult. Time was ticking down and they had to make decisions, particularly in that 2v2. Do we go for the plant whilst we've got the cover, or do we go for the kills? Pasha decided there was an opportunity there for him to get those kills. He found one but not the other, and ultimately it cost Virtus.pro the round. Fnatic get another. That's the second defense in a row. 5-3 now, but here comes a really important round. Round 9 is going to be the difference maker for Virtus.pro one way or another. It's that bottom floor site that we've seen be a little bit of a struggle so far. If Virtus.pro can grab this, Fnatic could still be in a little bit of trouble.
These rounds, this game, how intense it can be and probably how frustrating it is for the side of a Blitz. Obviously, you never really know if you get the blind. And I think the easiest way of describing it is if you're a Blitz player, it's not as deep as you think. It's you're not getting them from the distance. You might think you're getting the blind on, so it's always that risk on the swing. And you can see there was a second where he sort of dabbled round. He didn't want to go immediately into the engagement, but if he had, well, we know what the result would have been. Here, though, this is that must win. This is that one to keep the pressure on. Reminder, obviously, we have the middle of the game timeout, but neither team has taken their actual timeout at this point.
Loading new magazine.
Both still possible, both still on the board, buy themselves some momentum. Snake moves his way across the top, gets the all clear, but there is somebody not a million miles away, and it's Croxon holding on with the Solace. We'll be able to tell the approach of Drone and Snake. And we'll see if he can try and get out of the hen house before it gets a little bit too vicious and violent.
Yeah, just seeing Snake used in that function that we kind of expect, which is initially take ground, and then it is used to hold it, to flank watch, to ensure that nobody is moving to operate in that area. Good stuff so far from Virtus.pro. They've had the Ram working upstairs, but how about this? Crocs has managed to get on the flank, and he gets the Snake. That is not going to be great for them because he's the operator that could try to use that gadget to prevent exactly that happening. 4 versus 4, and a little bit of panic maybe for Virtus.pro now because they know that they've got Croxon on the Solace somewhere around them. It's going to make it more difficult to plant as well. However, great use of utility there. The fire arrow doing its job, forcing Deepek into a difficult position. 4 versus 3, and the blows just keep on landing against each other at the minute. Naquo does have diffuser in hand. He's trying to find himself a little bit of space, a little bit of opportunity to put this plant down, but he needs to worry about the hatch. Wizard does get taken out. Crocs, he's upstairs and he's got it all to do,
That's it. I mean, yes, he's got a great power position, but they knew about him, right? They knew that he was up there. They knew they had the man advantage on the site. So all they said was, okay, well, let's cover his angle and let's just put the pressure onto what remains. Let's make sure that it's not a 4 versus 3. No, no, no. It's a 4 versus 2 on the site, and the Capital Bolt can buy us the space under the hatch to just sort of meander our way across. It's the 2 ways of dealing with a problem, directly or got to make sure that you get the other problems out of the way first. And here, the problem that Fnatic are about to have is they are sitting on the wrong side of map point. They're going to have to get a flawless return on the other side of their defense. It's possible. We've just seen it done before, but the question is, do they take their time out now, or do they see if they can at least get a little bit deeper first?
Yeah, the big problem that Fnatic have got right now is that they've lost that third choice site, and they're going to have to win it if they now want to take themselves to overtime, which obviously they do. not too much of a surprise there to see the blitz taken away, but also the Warden. I think, both bans that we would have expected there, and it's just kind of signaling, what's been the problem and also what do we want to do as we continue forward. We're going to, for Virtus Pro, I'm sure, increase the use of those flashes, those smokes. We're going to see, I think maybe a little smoke Ying strat or something to try and get in there and get this diffuser down on the top floor when the Warden isn't a problem for them.
Well, there's the time for the conversation here. Fnatic, I think it's a fair thing to say that they had a rough last year. I think you'd probably agree.
Yeah, I think that's probably a fair.
It's a fair thing. It's a fair thing, and they want to make sure that they don't get off to the same sort of rotten start here. Obviously, they're against a team that is Virtus Pro. They're a big team. It's big players and it's big changes, but it's a team that also had a very sort of rocky end towards the year, and they weren't quite able to get themselves into a position that they wanted. And yeah, I just love little takes like that. Just little pinches of, we know the position, the confusion there that happened on that drive. Seems to be one that was drifted a little bit far away from them. But 6-3 at this point, and well, they just need one to get over the line. Will the timeout be enough to have the conversation? And will the changes be enough on the side of VP, actually, to surmount what was their slow round? They weren't able to get themselves really any ground or any leverage
10 seconds to
on the
insertion.
approach here last time.
Yeah, the big danger for Fnatic really is Virtus Pro have now got 2 rounds to try and adapt to what they haven't achieved last time. And even if they don't manage that, they've still got in the back of their mind that third choice side that they've actually just attacked really, really well. And Fnatic weren't able to do too much to break that attack down. So it is all for Fnatic to do. Let's see how much success that tactical timeout will bring them. They're going to need it to be instant. They can not afford any more mistakes now, given that they face 3 match points. And given that, we're playing in small groups here, Rorik manages to take out Deadshot. That is a big loss to kick things off. The Tubarão gone. That's going to open up the opportunity. Of course, we're getting in there with operators like the Blackbeard. Those auto canisters can do a great job of slowing down the shields. It won't matter for the breaching because it's the Maverick that's on side, so that still would have been possible anyway, but a great start for them. But as I say, where we're in these sort of small group situations, as we are here in EML Kickoff, you need your wins quickly, and those losses start to do damage to your chances very, very quickly. As it is, the top 4 of 5 teams will qualify through to those knockout playoffs, but if you're at the bottom end of that, you're going to be dropping into the lower bracket, and all of a sudden, you're hanging by a thread.
At this point here, gonna see if they can try and go with a slightly different approach. Remember how much it was impact tricking and how much time that took away from them. Instead, get the Maverick lines open. I'm a bit more worried, a little bit more dangerous. Fine, it's a double reinforce. It's a different approach itself.
Planting
for the plant him. They're just going to tuck it in, and that trick doesn't quite work in this magical spin. And now the timeout, the little narrow approach. They took all that they needed, and all that they needed is to try and push this one over, Tim. There's one more body, and it's a 2 versus 4 here, Tim.
Yeah, this was always the danger for Fnatic. Virtus Pro had the opportunity to come back at them and try to adapt. They've managed to find 1 down, so it's all up to Deepek. He gets the first of 3 that he's going to need. Can he make the collection? I don't think he'll risk it. 16 seconds, just doesn't have the time. He's got to find kills and get onto that diffuser as it is with the pistol. He can't get it done. Final kill comes in. Pasha picks up Deepek, and that is going to be the round and the match for Virtus Pro, and a very, very solid performance from them.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the thing, right? You have these elements that have come together for Virtus Pro on this map. They know their experience. They're in the sort of same area. They're scrimming together. They've got very experienced approach behind them of Dark. And, well, there's the sort of setup and growth. But where we grow and what's the fruit on the end? Well, the tree has a lovely analyst desk for you.
breaking necks and I'm wilding out. Throw my elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
What a start for this new Virtus Pro roster. We said on paper it looks amazing, but they delivered inside the game as well. Absolutely amazing stuff for this team, and that means we get to speak to them as well, right? We get to speak to Neko, a player that we spoke to a few times last year inside of EML, but with a different jersey this time around, joined by Neko. Good evening. Congratulations on the first victory here. This must be crazy for you. You know, joining a new team, IGLing, talking with players in different languages as well. What has that been like for you?
I mean, it was a kind of a challenge to start by speaking English, but I mean, I take it, and I love the team already with just 3 weeks, and yeah, love the vibe here.
Neko, coming in as the IGL, obviously you came into a team that has a very, very special identity. Super slow, methodical, structured, always the same map pool. I mean, players that used to play this game in a certain way for years. And then you come in as the IGL and you break all of that playstyle. And what do I see? First map you play Fortress, you bring Solid Snake, you bring Blitz, you bring Blaz, all of the things that these guys didn't play before. So I want to ask you, how was it for you to come in and completely change the playstyle? How was the reception from the other players? Were they willing to buy into your vision?
Yeah, I think they are all really open-minded, and also the coach helped us with like changing gameplay and yeah, all these things, and it was not that difficult, to be honest. Like maybe I think a lot of people think oh, the RVP they will never change, but it wasn't like that. It was not really hard to change this style, and now I think we can play everything.
Neko, obviously we can see from the cams that you're all there boot camping, playing together. How important has that been? Given that you're kind of meshing the two together, and then also like how long are you at boot camp for?
We started boot camp on last Tuesday, so 1 day less than a week, so 6 days basically. And yeah, I think boot camp is like, I didn't do much bootcamp in my career, like as a pro, and I think it's like maybe my second or third, and it helped a lot to like not just being players behind screen, and speaking to each other. It's make you like build like kind of friendship and everything, basically, like chemistry, everything. You can like just go out with your teammate, you do everything with your teammate basically, so of course you will build some relationship.
All right, well, I want to take you back to something you said at the beginning, Neko. It's been 3 weeks. You love this team already. You love the vibe. What is it specifically about the vibe that you're loving with this new team?
I mean, everything. They are crazy players first, so of course I'm having good time playing with them, and I will tell you my perspective from outside. Before joining the team, I see these guys, this Russian, full cold, no emotion, but you know, you can think like this, like me, but no, they are great players, great people, so love it.
Well, that's awesome. I'm glad to hear you're discovering that, and I mean, it shows for a very good start for you guys here. Congratulations once again on that victory, and good luck with your next game.
Thank you guys, have a good evening, goodbye. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I love to hear that the vibes are up, that there are emotions from the players as well, and we're seeing that on these final round chems as well, right? And when the players are responding with each other to fist bumps, it seems like Virtus Pro this time around, Jack, might actually have a recipe to success in the current day and meta.
Yeah, I think so. There was never any question ever about the talent in terms of the gunplay, in terms of, you know, being able to play the game. It was always maybe a little bit about strategy and map pool and willingness to learn, those kind of things. And I think changing out what they did and adding the new players in, adding the new IGL, the new coach, the new vision, but crucially, and I think as Neko said, buying into that vision was the most important thing. And they've come out the blocks, they've put on a statement of playing a brand new map, which is something that we've never really said about Virtus Pro, and they have utterly battered Fnatic on it as well.
I love to see player cam's reaction, by the way, here. Look at this. Look at everything. The fist bump from Dark behind him. The energy stemming from Neko. I mean, despite not being the biggest one on the scoreboard, he was the one hyping everyone. He was the one leading the charge with the shields. And look, you still have the force front. First thing to highlight for me, Rorik. First game into pro play, double digits. He was instrumental both in attack and in defense.
He was.
And still the fragging power from Pasha is still there. I'm looking at a team that is fully functional. There were a couple of instances where I was like, oh, they're overpicking here. Oh, one guy didn't call that he was holding this. That's the kind of thing that will happen for a young team. On the side of Fnatic, what did we say before? We're afraid of the lack of direction. And I think I saw that. And I mean, if we just look at the way this team was defending, I have an example of in my mind, which was the clutch from Neiko. If we start all the way at the beginning of this round, look at the extension. The bomb site is bunked, so all the way on the other side of the top floor. You have Goyo canisters here to burn time. You can see here Pasha is all the way advanced towards main. And then 30 seconds later, after burning time with the Goyo, the Azami is still in horse. She's still challenging the roam clear. And then they use the Kiba barriers to try and fall off. Boom, that's another full minute spent burn. And then Neiko was the win condition with Echo. He was supposed to deny the plant, he didn't do it. But then here, look, he plays this perfectly. Shotgun in hand, trying to bait them off. He's gonna go and fake the diffuser, and then he's gonna get this amazing double kill. This to me goes to show that the strategy works well. They rework the way they defend. They know how to peel off and to play safe. And whenever this all goes wrong, there is the talent here in the team, and look at the reactions from these guys. That's a team that's currently building its chemistry, Jack.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's obviously building, but it's also about having that little bit of X factor when you need the clutch. And, you know, on Fnatic, you can clearly see anytime you give away a 3 versus 1 clutch as well, it just shows that you can, you know, you're a little bit disjointed, you're not playing together well whatsoever. I think, you know, those type of clips in my mind is what I would describe as an absolute coach killer, because the round's gone well. You've got to a post plant and then you just lose an unlosable round.
I think in general, just the Virtus.pro fans are having a wonderful day so far with what they're seeing in the server here. I mean, they're seeing Virtus.pro play a new map in what feels like it's been forever. But not only that, Leo, they're also playing new operators that have just been added into the game.
Yeah, we've seen them play slow and steady in defense, peeling off. Let's take a look at the attack. Let's take a look at how they can play fast-paced. Let's take a look at the impact of an IGL like Neiko. Look at Dan. Roam clearing with here Solid Snake. He runs around, clears everything, and in no way now they have the full control. At this moment, Neiko then calls the execute with the blitz. They go for the site really quickly, and you can see the abuse of the smoke, the Lion, the Ram has made all the holes upstairs. This is the fast pace because of Dan using Solid Snake to roam clear really quickly, and then Neiko on the shields, because now they have a shields player. So if we look at this, it's exactly what we meant. We have the firepower of Rorik, of Dan, of Rorik, Dan, and of Pasha, and on the other side, you've got Neiko with the shields and the right calls. It just matches so well.
And I think it also helps significantly that Neiko is very, very affluent and very, I don't know what the word is. He's very, very comfortable on the shields. He'll play all of them.
Flexible,
he'll play a fast place. You know, we previously saw on the old VP, we saw Shepard play them, but it was maybe a little bit more reserved. It was about trying to bait out positions and move people around with the Monty, really. Whereas we're going to see Neiko play the Blackbeard and the Blitz as well.
That concludes our third game for the day. We only have one left, and they say to save your very best for last. I mean, we do have Secret and Twisted Minds coming up. It should be an absolute banger game. Therefore, we'll take a short break. Don't go anywhere. Just one more matchup today for the first day of Kickoff. We have Secret versus Twisted Minds on the schedule for our final match. And I guess for these two teams, the question we can ask them is, do they still have it? But in different contexts. We're talking about our meta representation with Twisted Minds who have been at those major stages before. They've shown us against big teams that they can do it, but the same goes for Secret, and that is kind of crazy to see. They had a really good 2025. But their roster has changed a lot since then. They went from being second at the Six Invitational to their roster imploding, it feels like. The main question is, Jack, what happened with this team during the transfer window?
Yeah, you might think, well, why has this team gone from, you know, if you look at the longer picture, gone from seemingly nowhere to making every event to an SI final to then losing two of their key components? How does that happen? Well, it wasn't to do with the, you know, the players on your screen. I think, you know, contracts ran out, whatever it was. They were dealt a hand where they lost Doom and they lost Adrian through no fault of their own. I'm talking about them as Mowgli, Savage, and Noah, the existing core on the side of Team Secret. And I think the way that they responded alongside Twister is really, really good. Because I think the way they responded is they wanted like-for-like players to preserve the system, to keep the system as it was, that system that got them to the SI Grand Final. So they had to replace a Lurk player, so they get rid of Doom and they bring in Citizen, who is proven at an international level. They had to replace the second spot, so that obviously Adrian's left. They bring in Nath. So they've got two like-for-like players that are proven at an international level. So for me, whilst they were dealt a bad hand, they've responded to it really well.
Actually, I think they responded into it the best way they could. Like you said, I think it's role for role, and also who else was a free agent or available at that moment when you lose at the end of your transfer window, quote unquote, what could be the best player in the world in terms of consistency. Doom was up there, at least at SI, especially if you look at that grand final. And then how do you replace Adrian, which is such a hard role, flex support? Well, Nath, he has had plenty of time in NA to show what he could do with Dark Zero, and even before that with M&M. Citizen, like you said, was, in my opinion, one of the best lurks of G2's era, and then went all the way back to NA and still overperformed there with crazy statistics. So if you look at this on paper, it makes sense. My only worry here is, how does this take into the team's chemistry?
Yeah, I think that's the big worry, but I think the one thing that you do is you preserve the system. You keep Mowgli, you keep Noah, you keep them in the fragging roles, and you keep Savage in those shield IGL roles. So I think you can blend the players into the chemistry as long as the system is preserved.
It feels like we're changing out the ingredients, but the recipe stays the same for this team. I'm also just happy to see our players coming back to Europe, right? We take them all back, then we take the hammer. I'm seeing the vision with that one. But for their opponents for today, I'm also glad that we do see that meta representation inside Europe Meta League. They had to wait a whole year with the qualification not working out they wanted to with Challenger Series last year. But here they are, and as we talked about, this roster has shown their worth in these international tournaments. The main question is, can they keep up inside of Tier 1 in the current day and age, Leo?
Yes, they can. And I am 100% convinced about it. I was already missing them last season. I will say this. When we rebranded to EML, there is MENA in there. And I wanted to see a MENA team with players originally from that region. And I always knew they had that potential. And what we had seen was the first time we saw a core of this team, back then Falcons Play, was at Gamers 8. They surprised everyone. And then through the years, they beat Fluxo W7M. They beat Secret. They beat Dark Zero. They beat NIP and G2 at Gamers 8. They showed us they could beat some of the best international teams at the Montreal Major, for example, or at SI after this. And then there was one thing for me. We saw these guys play at the last chance qualifier of SI in Europe. And who did they beat then? They beat VP in a BO3, they beat Genji in a BO3, and they beat Shifters twice to reach all the way to the grand final. And honestly, we're one map away from making SI. These guys have always had the potential, and from what I hear in scrims, they're super annoying to play against because they're incredibly individually skilled. And that makes their playstyle so unpredictable because they can all win their 1v1s. That's the biggest strength that they have. And if we look into Secret, it used to be their strength as well. So we might be in for a banger of a TDM match.
I absolutely agree. I think they will bring, of course, that meta playstyle in terms of Twisted Minds. They will bring that aggression. Very low plant percentages. It's not that traditional purist siege. It's aggressive. They take risks. It's very, very fun to watch. And I think the experience point is key. Even though this is technically their debut into the EML, in terms of tier 1 European MENA siege, they're actually a really, really experienced roster that have been playing together for a long amount of time across various different organizations. Started out as Falcons, then was GK for a while, and now they're with Twisted Minds. And there's like kind of 6-7 of the players that have rotated through, but all, you know, relatively Saudi-based players as well. And therefore they've got a very good understanding and a very long-standing history together, which means their chemistry should be good and their aggression will be good.
I want to go back to something you mentioned, Leah, before we have a look at the map, Vito. Funny what you mentioned about these mechanical skilled players. While we're looking at Show, he has a whole peak named after him. And I remember speaking to Nave at the Montreal Major back in the day and asking him, you know, players you can't really win a gunfight against. A player that you're going to face at that point was going to play against a Show. And he says, yeah, it's just, you have to aim at the floor when you play against this guy. Like, he is going to be prone. It's so difficult to win a gunfight against him, but they got to make sure they get that going for themselves today here on the final series of the day. We're heading back to Fortress again. Secret fans shivering their timbers. They had their hearts in their throats when that map was played during the SI Grand Final. And even though the stakes are a little bit lower here, it seems, again, Jack, like this is a good map for these two teams.
Yeah, I think so. I think, you know, Secret did end up winning that map in the end. They clearly do like a little bit of Fortress, but I think the key thing for Secret actually is, what were we saying at Six Invitational? Who has the best Fortress? I think we were saying it was North America and North American Siege. So, you know, Citizen Nath having a lot of exposure to that style of Siege as well, hopefully can blend it in well. For Twisted Minds, I think, like, on paper, you always feel like the aggressive teams are going to be better on the banks, the borders, the chalets, those types of maps. So it'll be quite curious to see how that plays out for them.
And just so you guys know, they actually showed it once. It was during the LCQ of Six Invitational, and they played it first against Shifters. They lost it 7-2, and they replayed it again later down the tournament in the lower bracket, and they beat Shifters 8-7 on the map. So they had learned from their mistakes, showed it twice already then in the tier 1 level, and have adapted to it. That was then when the map was first introduced to competitive play. They've had 3 months to rework it and learn it more in scrims, but they're not afraid of the map. They were one of the early adapters, so I'm not too worried about them on the map itself. And for the side of Secret, Zoom is not there to clutch anymore, so they will need to find another win condition.
They will. And one more question I have for these two teams. I mean, for Secret, having made these changes so late before the roster window kind of locked, I guess we can say the same about Twisted Minds, right? They were officially registered as a 6-player roster, it almost seemed like. They had the twins on the roster as well, Leo, and now it's only just one of the two that's actually playing the game.
And XK is still the sub, because I don't see him here in the starting lineup. So they had 7 players, all super talented. I will say this, I'm not worried about it. It's been like this for these guys for a long time, because their playstyle makes it so that they can swap the roles. It doesn't matter too much. They will have a closer game style, close to ranked. So that means that, you know, they don't necessarily need to build the same amount of chemistry that the other teams.
Well, the point is here to prove for these rosters. We had a lot of questions if they still have what it takes, and they can show us that in this first best of one here inside the EML Kickoff. Our final game of the day is ready. We'll send it back to our casters.
Thank you very much, Anne. And we get to cover one more game. We've had a really interesting day coming into this. There was a lot of players, a lot of teams that we hadn't really seen, and we've got a bit more of that action coming up with Twisted Minds versus Secret, and a bit more Fortress for us. I really enjoyed it on the last match.
I mean, okay, well, we can talk about Fortress. It was great last match. It was fun. It was slow and steady. The Fortress that we saw played at SI in February by Secret is one of the greatest maps of Siege I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Live, online, doesn't matter. It was like 19, 20 rounds by the end of it. It was just unbelievable. Do I think we're going to get that? Probably not. But it was a great game of Siege, Tim, and I get excited every time I now look at either of those two teams that were in that game coming on towards this map, because it just reminds me of what this map can do, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. We've got our bans coming in as well, so we know a little bit more about how this map is going to shape up. The defensive bans are Mirror and Smoke, and then Monty and Grim will be taken away from the attackers, so no major surprises there. But obviously the big question mark for Team Secret here is those switchers. As we've said, Doom and Adrian, they have headed away from the team when they've brought in Citizen and Nif. So they've brought in proven quality in those two players. It's now about how does that team mesh, how do they all gel together, and we're going to see at least a little glimpse of that here on Fortress. And then we've got the first real opportunity, as Leo said, you know, for a MENA team with MENA players here in EML. Twisted Minds, we know what these players can do. We've seen them plenty of times at events now. You know, they've had good success, and I'm sure that they're going to make a mark here in EML. Whether they'll do that in the first match or not against Secret Team, time will tell. They are going to kick things off on the defense, and it is going to start with Office and Bathroom to begin with. The big question, of course, I will ask of Secret is the same one that I asked in the last matchup. Will that push come from Courtyard? We saw the danger of that earlier. Will it come from Eagle? Will it come from that Games and Dorm side? Maybe. Just a little bit of everything. Who knows?
I will say that there's also a couple of elements of it's exciting to have a reintroduction, right? And that's for both of these two teams. On the left, you've got Citizen and Nate. You've got two players who have sort of made their name and built their brand in this region. What Citizen was able to be capable of, the skills that he has and the compliments he's had mechanically, and then what Nath was able to accomplish as an IGL, a lot of the ideas that he would cook and bring together on rosters like M&M and sort of those in Navi and those days where he would cook these plans. On the other side, I'm sure I'm not the only one to sort of look towards these names and be like, when we became EML and we introduced MENA as the region, they should have been here. We wanted them to be here. Things happened, they weren't able to be here, but now these extremely talented MENA players get to be able to be in this firefight and sort of show what they can do within a league scenario, which we have just never had. And it's so exciting to get all of this sort of coming together here. And again, a map that hasn't had the biggest test and stress. Keeping an eye on towards the vending window as they get the pressure in. You can see Nath is on the back, just steadying in with the Blackbeard to ensure that nobody can swing on towards the back of this hard breach, that it pops off cleanly. They can sort of tuck themselves in here. Nath's just holding on, but does he know about the man? Yes. Seems to be the answer. And no, Jack, you cannot shoot through that.
Hasham is just waiting patiently. He's going to be in big trouble, possibly. The flash comes in, does not do its job. He tries to go head-to-head with the Blackbeard, but it ends exactly as you would have imagined. Nif manages to use that melee attack to put him down on the ground, gets the kill, and leaves us now in a 5 versus 4 advantage. Secret, but 2 minutes has been wasted. We've seen this already with teams struggling to get themselves into games and dorms with any real speed about them. Joab manages to find one as well, leveling things up. 4 versus 4. Trix is waiting with the Nitro primed. He's ready to hold back the second shield. Savage, he wants to get in there and start to bully, but he can hear this gadget, he can hear the utility and doesn't want to get too aggressive. 30 seconds left.
Oh, narrow margins here, but Jalad is the one that wins it out, gets the head of Mowgli, and they're just going to keep sending it. Great bit of motion. They knew they had a sort of back that they could work off. They knew they had a place they could safely turn away from, and they made it count. And here, forces Savage back up the stairs, and they're just going to keep forcing him further and further. Gets the blind, gets one, gets got, and Twisted Mind get on the first round for them in Tier 1, the first round.
Yep, great start there. I love the play from Jalad. I love that push round to Eagle to, you know, get the challenge late in. And that is, you know, that's kind of a something that happens when you've got a team that's struggling a little bit for time. You can't be watching every corner. You can't be watching for every flank because they knew their Team Secret that they had to make a push towards site. They'd taken too long to deal with games and dorms, and ultimately it cost them because it took their eye off the ball, and it was well played by Twisted Minds to take advantage of that. This fight really should have been coming 40 seconds sooner than that. You know, they really should have been ahead of things. That was a great fight to win as well, taking down the White Stairs player. That's what I like then, the freedom to move out. And like I say, really Secret, they need to be aware of that. If they lose that White Stairs presence, you know, look, they could move across to Eagle here, but given the time that was left, there just wasn't time for those sorts of thoughts. So Twisted Minds, they take round one. They're going to move down to Games and Domes as their second site. We can see them just prepping for that old tower drop there, and they've got the rotation out towards that area. Rotation into Meeting. There's a lot of freedom for them here. Meeting into Bathroom as well. They can get really loose around here and move around and you know, play with a great freedom, but the downside of that is there's a lot of area that they're going to have to hold on to.
Another play of Snake, another chance to see if the operator can make some motion. And to be fair, in the sort of, you know, we've talked a bit back and forth about the capabilities, about the expectations of where Snake is going to get himself in towards, and that is always going to be one that Citizen is not going to get himself in towards at this round. Jalad hops out, gets one, gets back. 4 kills over the opening 2 rounds, and we're barely in towards the second, so he's definitely come here with a statement that he wants to make, and that is that I am better than you. Here is the motion. He's keeping himself active around Hammam. It's probably the only time that you'll see it is when somebody's on the lurk or the flank. But it's still a steady removal of utility. The destruction of Flores is going to mean the destruction of Gadgetry is going to be much harder to get a grip on, because what else did they really have? You've got one more frag grenade left in the pockets. UC and the others have been put together, but you're looking at not Goyo canisters, sorry. You're looking at Fenrir mines, you're looking at his armies and Kibas, you're looking at a lot of destruction on towards Arena Gates as well. There's a lot to burn through here. Now though, pressure on horse here then.
Twisted Minds, just as you say, leaning really well into that utility game. And, you know, we saw it in action in the last round. We're seeing it again here a little bit. Secret taking a lot of time to get themselves established. Noah does manage to do so with a kill onto Dovahkiin though. So that's going to get a little bit of movement for Secret here. The wall has been reinforced off into Meeting, but we're just going to see the first of those Selma charges taken out with the impact nade. Again, just trying to burn more time, force them to start that breaching process again. Doesn't look like it was successful though. It's just been one single charge that was needed, and they can start to take that ground. But again, you can see it from the movement of Secret. They're not too sure here. They don't have the intel. They're not certain of what lies ahead of them. What lies ahead is 2 kills and make that 4 as Jalad and Twix manage to get the last as well. Great stuff from Twisted Minds. They managed to hold on to round 2 again fairly comfortably. I come back to something I've said year after year. If we get out the botheredometer, how bothered were those players inside of sight? And the answer is not very. There was no real time where Secret were taking ground or in a potential position to put the diffuser down. They were looking at long angles through sight and getting kills. Everybody inside of sight, they were pretty safe the entire round.
So, 2 locked in, but just roll the VOD back at 40 minutes, 50 minutes, and you can sort of get the expectations of how this is going to play out in terms of you assume defense will make the groundwork first. Do we have higher expectations of Secret because of the games we've seen them play on it, because of what? No. It's always a new Secret, right? Remember how many of those rounds were clutched out by, not even arguably, one of the best players in the world, Doom, who has now since obviously left the roster. It's going to be something that hurts them to a level, and it's going to take time to rebuild. Doesn't matter the skill of the class you sort of bring in to replace the player who had however many clutches it was in the last 5 rounds. So that bite, that sort of first step entry, it's going to take a bit of time to build on towards it. In the meantime here, Twisted Minds, they've got themselves off to a great start. They can get this site solidified as well, get themselves the rotator 3, you assume we'll get a timeout. Never too afraid of taking it, but as I said before, when the expectations are that these rounds, the first 2 will go away from you, the top 4 will go away from you, you got to build into a game and sort of build in the second half. Just don't want it to go the same way of the game that we just saw it in.
No, absolutely not. You really want Secret to be getting themselves into this and making it competitive, but obviously, you know, the concerns are already starting to show. I'm not singling people out, but you've got Citizen Mowgli, 2 players that you would expect to be picking kills up. That's what they're there in part to do. Both on 0 so far. I know we're only 2 rounds in, but Twisted Minds are doing a great job of keeping them quiet, and you know those are going to be the players that Secret are looking towards to give them that spark to get them going. Flashbang goes out. Asham is just going to dip himself back down the stairs but hold his position. There's no real challenge comes forward onto him, and we're going to see the Dokkaebi of Nath actually just dipping back away a little bit from that fight. Halfway through the round, still 5 versus 5.
Oh, there is the first body to fall, though. It's the time that it goes away from Twisted Minds. Will they try and double down, get a bit of revenge? Look at Mowgli's position. As soon as he tries to leave this stair set, he's going to get pinched either way, so he's got to be aware of the fight. Some supporters come round for him. They can't really seem to find a single escape route. Great use of the Kiba. And there goes Noah as well. Hashom is down in the meantime, but they're trying to make sure that the fight stays aggressive either side, but it all floods in towards Twisted Minds. It was a tornado. A brawl back and forth at the bottom, but the only thing left standing is Citizen. Trying to find a yellow brick road and success. But unfortunately, there's nothing to be found here other than pain and misery.
So true, so true. Twisted Minds are looking great at the minute. They are absolutely looking fantastic. Their defense, you know, they know exactly what to expect from Secret. They are punishing every mistake that's in front of them. And one thing that I am impressed with so far is Twisted Minds' patience as well. They're not overcommitting to peaks. They will take little fights where they need to, but like the Solace on Central Stairs there, you know, just played so well. I'm just going to keep peeking it. It was Hasham who was playing. I'm just going to keep having a little look, but not over peaking, not over aggressing, and I'm just going to burn 30 seconds by doing it. And again, it just keeps putting Team Secret on the back foot. And to answer that question that you raised there, you know, the size of Doom's contribution, you know, to that Fortress win against FaZe in those final 5 rounds particularly, you know, if we look at those last 5 rounds, round 16, Doom 4K including a 1v3, round 18, Doom 3K, round 20, Doom 3K including a 1v3. Like, this is why we have to mention, you know, the roster changes and that player in particular leaving Secret, and it is a huge gap to fill. It's going to take time. You know, we can't necessarily expect anybody to come in and just, you know, be that guy immediately, but it is a question that Secret are going to have to find the answer to.
So, as suspected, the timeout was called there. They let the bands go through. Timeout after here. I mean, just the response from Twisted Minds to ensure they sort of kept on stepping up to the Kibas. It created an isolation, right? It created avenues that they could pull them apart. Whether they knew how deep they had gone, whether they knew that they would try and go deeper, it doesn't really matter. When you have those operators, it can be active trouble. It can be active redistribution of free space and free real estate and control, and they sort of took the fight, put them into smaller shoeboxes, said, right, let's put this one away first, let's do this, and then with that compartmentalization, with that control of little pockets of space, it's like when you write a list, Tim. As soon as you put things down in a list, big jobs feel much smaller, much more manageable.
I hope Secret are making a list because they've got some very big jobs ahead of them. That much is to be said. Secret are going to be attacking onto the same site that they did in the first round. It's going to be office and bathroom. And another interesting stat that I want to bring to attention is the entry so far. So Secret are actually winning that 2-1. There's only Joad in the second round that's got the entry for Twisted Minds, yet they are still 3-0. So it just doesn't even matter to them when they are playing from a man disadvantage either. They are still able to get these rounds done. The Flourish drone was about to be shot out, but was activated where it goes into its bulletproof state before it could do so. Will take out the barbed wire there. That won't disrupt the Aruni gate for now. Something else will need to be sent through. He's been holding this Nitro for the longest time. It's not going to be successful, but you know what? You got to at least praise the patience on that one. Trix, he was holding that for a good 30-40 seconds.
Listen, sometimes you just got to make sure that you can dedicate your way all the way to the end. And yeah, didn't quite have the netted result here. They've got themselves their timeout. They've had their conversation. They want to try and secure at least 2 of these rounds. And that's kind of the big problem, right? Because their expectation when they get to defense is they'll have a better time of it. But in the same sort of motion, they're having the worst time so far. There's that entry. They're able to get themselves another. But as you said before, it doesn't really net the expected result because this happens. Hasham gets rid of an Ace, swings back round. There's the kit. Isolated a bit, that, you know, there's the way up the stairs, there's the hatch drop above as well. They can get themselves locked in, and well, he's been able to escape too. So they've slipped away from the shield that came in to try and close down. They've recollected the kit itself, but more utility, more time, more problems to have to solve. There's a fight. They're going to keep themselves a bit further away from the shield itself. It's a narrow doorway, but oh, he's very good with that operator, and then he's almost immediately dropped round on the swing. He's about to get double down. There's the swing. The pressure keeps on. And here, Secret, body off the body, made sure it was in the right place. Citizen finally gets himself a bit active here, Tim.
Yeah, big double from Citizen is, you know, great news for Secret at the end of that. They need, if you remember, I said at the beginning, Mowgli, Citizen, 2 players you're going to be looking towards for big moments and big kill numbers, and they've been a little bit quiet. They need to get them activated. It's good to see that there's still smiles around Secret. They're not taking this too hard so far. But look, Twisted Minds have been great so far. They've just found a real weakness for Twisted Minds there, and that was the Blackbeard. We've seen them struggle with it previously, but not to such a big degree. They just didn't have any answer this time at all. It was really well played by Savage on the shield. And he's just been an absolute, it's been like playing with a wasp in the room. It's been a nightmare. You've got crossfires established around it. There was just nothing that Twisted Minds could do. So I'd like to see them this time thinking about that and maybe bringing themselves a little bit of a plan to deal with it. But as I look across the lineup, I don't really see anything too much. You've got the Ella there, yes, with the Smart Minds, but you've got to rely on having them in the right place to begin with. You know, if they're not positioned on the route that Savage is going to take, then they're not really going to have a position, you know, a function in the round unless you keep them in pocket to play specifically when you see where that Blackbeard is, which at the minute Jalad does have them in pocket. So I'm going to keep an eye on that for the rest of the round and see if he's using it as more of an active gadget rather than a pre-place and forget.
Now, what happens when this side goes away? What happens when things don't quite build themselves in? And what happens when a team like Secret remembers who they are, Simba?
Reloading ammo.
They've been able to get themselves this first round, and Citizen has been able to get himself off the board, but it's not worth just highlighting one, because I think he wasn't the only player who was off. I don't think Mowgli had really activated before this round as well. It gets these big gunners slightly more into the headspace of the pressure they can apply, and the pressure is round on towards, well, nobody right now. Twisted Minds haven't offered themselves a direct inroad. They've got themselves active inside the site itself. The stretch is down towards P9 on the far end, but you assume he'll have himself an exit strategy. If needed, he's not going to try and overstay his welcome. Have some angles here, Tim, but they don't quite have eyes on the player yet. It doesn't seem like that's what Secret want immediately.
No, that's it. They're just, I think, trying to massage Twisted Minds into sort of, you know, more negative spots for them. Just try and take their time. They don't want to be rushing this. The charge forward after that nade comes out. They're going to have to make a move here, though, as they lose 2. Mowgli, Nave taken away elsewhere. There is one of the Smart Minds has been deployed now, but I don't know if it's in the direction of this Blackbeard. Noah manages to find one onto Dover. 4 versus 3, but Savage, he's been really backed up. Noah with a second onto P9. Team Secret maybe just fighting their way back into this. They need to get that shield back into the game, back into the fight.
So they've forgotten the kit.
That's not ideal.
When you drive and you're like, what have I forgotten? What have I left at home? Have the big 3 made it back? Oh, now it has. The big 3 are all that's left. 45 seconds. Mr. Mind's been able to keep things balanced, but unfortunately Noah really disagrees with the scales set up in front of him and keeps just putting a bit more pressure in towards it. At this point, you can see Savage slowly creeping towards the door, but the kid is on its own on the other side. It's in the pocket of Secret, and he's at the most risk. The premonition comes true, though. Gets onto one. The swing over the top of the Blackbeard puts them into the 2 versus 1. He's holding onto the toe, and he's able to get one. Hasham! Another unbelievable clutch on this site, Tim.
Phenomenal stuff. Clip it, frame it, hang it in a gallery, because that was absolutely beautiful. Takes the fight with the Blackbeard, finds the tiniest pixel of a shot to down him, but then that shot, just as he's about to be flashed, I think it was Citizen who was pushing through the wall, and Hasham hits the headshot. Just absolutely, I'm no doubt we're going to see it again at the end of this highlight package. Absolutely beautiful stuff. You know, I cannot wax lyrical enough about that clutch. Look at this. Just finds the knee, hits him on the knee, and then gets the shot onto Citizen. Just such awareness from Hasham in a stressful situation. Beautiful stuff, Twisted Minds.
Oh, 4-1. 4-1, and Secret just kept it up there. I mean, they kept biting, right? They kept putting the pressure in, and this is that sort of problem because, well, they won up here, which means that they have to go back up here. They don't have the choice of where they're going to end up for that single free round, and now that momentum has once again been shifted away from them, and you assume whatever it was that was the approach, gonna have to change a little bit. But this is also that point that becomes a bit harder, because if you've got a prepared map, playing on defense, a map like this, how many sort of defenses do you set? How many things do you go, this is as good as this is our plan B, but you know, it's our solid response to plan A? Or how do you go, okay, well, this is what we did. We can just do this. We just have to win our ones. We just have to lock them. It's a really hard balance to know if you're not the players inside the team of how, in a way, in the moment, salvageable a hold is if they can work out what the approach is. And the approach, Savage dropping in with the shield here. You can see Noah's getting the width on towards the double wall on the side around defending and just clearing out any of the problems that might come behind them. Once again, doesn't seem like there's an immediate want to get in a firefight here from Twisted Minds.
No, I think, again, the whole question of this round is how do you deal with the Blackbeard, and that's the battle to watch. What value can Savage get out of this shield? Again, looking across the situation, they've got 2 impact nades left and 2 Gashmot mines. They're going to be your main challengers towards this Blackbeard. Maybe the Goyo canisters, but I guess that's true of anybody, really. That's more about slowing down the approach to site. So how do they deal with it? Last time around, we didn't see it too effective. Savage was there right to the very end. Jalad manages to come up and takes what is, to be honest, I'd have to describe as a freebie against Naif there. He just really wasn't ready for the fight. He gets caught out quickly. Mowgli taken down as well. Only 1 kill inside of 6 rounds. Almost unheard of. Noah does manage to pick up Hasham, but still, the advantage is with Twisted Minds. 4 versus 3 now. 1:10 left to go. So Team Secret do have time on their side, but Citizen going to take a little bit of chip damage along the way, and Secret are all bunched up together here. And the problem with that is, we've talked about it so many times, what it does is allow Twisted Minds to just focus in one direction. They know that the pressure is all coming from one place, so it can just be guns up. That's where we need to look. There's no confusion, there's no complication for them. Just wait for the fights to come.
Well, the fights need to come soon at this point. They've got themselves sort of tacked in, rebuilding some structure, get themselves ready for, swinging around, but the grenade will just push it right back. 30 seconds. You can see the Blackbeard wants to start making their entrance. They like to lead with a front foot and instead get the plant, but what is that? Just swings for free. No cover, no lock-in. One at least back in their favor, but now they just have to send it. They don't really have any other option. Trying to put down the pop-up player here on either side. Citizen's off the plant. He's back on, baiting the motion. The pre-fire can't quite get the connection. Citizen does get the man down long. Doesn't get the one up close. A 1 versus 1 for Noah once again, and he's able to... Tim!
They have absolutely stolen that round away from Twisted Minds. Great perseverance from Secret there. Once the Blackbeard goes down, you really feel that it's round over. They've allowed Trix to swing on, get that shot onto the side of him. They were using the Gashmot Mines as I suggested they might. Wait, where is the Blackbeard push going to come from? Then deploy them. It did great work, but not quite enough. That takes us into the halftime side switch and back to the desk.
Thank you very much. A bit of a sigh of relief for Secret here as this first half is over, meaning they now have 2 minutes to talk to the team, and we get to talk about this game so far a little bit as well, because whereas Fortress gave Secret hope during the 6th Invitational Grand Final, so far, Leo, I feel like it's been giving them a bit of disappointment.
Yeah, completely. I mean, Noah is the only one keeping them in the race. And if we look at the first round, already we see the pacing from Twisted Minds. They are consistently punishing Secret again and again and again the same way. Look, 25 seconds left. Look at J-Light. Aggressive, gets the first pick, runs too long, gets another pick, and they all get aggressive at the same time. Jaka, look at round 3. Look at main stairs. The same thing happens.
It's the same thing. You can basically legislate for the timing of when these guys will get aggressive together. It's explosive, it's so together, and you just can't do anything about it. And even then, Leo, even when you think you've got it on lock, a clutch can still come out of absolutely nowhere.
And he gets that 1v3. I mean, look at this. Shots the foot here, pre-fires here, instant kill. I mean, that just, look at Citizen's reaction. It's like, oh, what happened? And that's what's happening when you play a team that is so individually skilled. We said it at the beginning. This team is incredibly talented. And honestly, if it's not for Noah, it would be 5-1 right now for Twisted Minds. Now, I will say this, they will always prevail in defense, because that's when they can really abuse that aggression altogether around the map, because they can react to what the attackers are doing. When they need to be proactive and play as one team, that's where their weaknesses appear, because what they make up for the lack of team play is the skill. The problem is when they're in attack, they will need that team play to advance, especially on a map like Fortress.
It is rough starts for Secret here, but can they recover all the defensive half? Let's send it back to our casters.
4-2 at the half then in favour of Twisted Minds. And honestly, it might as well have been 5-1 realistically. Noah just able to grab that in, you know, with an absolute slither of time left on the clock. But we've got to look at the bottom of that scoreboard as well. We've got a combination of 3 Secret players, Mowgli, Nath and Savage. 3 kills between them in 6 rounds, It's just not where they need to be.
No, I think that's sort of it, right? Already losing my voice on this one. The fact that they just keep getting these close-end clutches, right? The fact that they're having to piece things together does still, even in a Joomless world, remind you of how things went for the big final before. But Noah was just as capable. Noah was just as sort of reliant on those big clutches, but as proven, it doesn't build the full team. 3 kills between those 3 players, whilst Noah is the rest of the team combined. Citizen's been, I think it was the 3rd round or 4th round. Citizen got his first kills.
5 seconds remaining.
It took time to build in, and what it worries you in some elements is how is it going to be on a map like this where they have to approach different things? The defenders now have the benefit of structure. They have the benefit of having things balanced, but Jalad, Hasham, P9, we've seen them all take these big swings out and find success the same way Noah was able to on attack. It worries you that the pressure could come from elsewhere and all around. Something about Fortress and Secret. It just gets crazy.
It does, and I'm sure it will continue to be so. And great, let's also say a great opening performance coming in from Twisted Minds here the first time. The players from MENA within a MENA team have seen themselves on the Tier 1 regional league stage as we are now, and they've opened it up with a brilliant account of themselves, and they just kind of need to keep working in that same direction, and I'm sure it will continue. We see the Gashmot mine just being deployed after the Rotero drone detonates and takes out all the other utility. There was a Banshee, there was barbed wire that was taken out, so brilliant value has been gained there. They are going to find themselves coming up against a clash though. Savage continues bringing the shields along. I think he's just going to try and take his opportunity to take that drone out, and move a little bit more utility away from the side of Twisted Minds, which is an area I think they're actually struggling at the minute. Not too much utility for them to use in terms of the intel. Hasham manages to get Noah. Now then, this is the big question. 1 minute 25 left to go. How does Secret survive without the main man on the board? Citizen taken down. They've got 3 kills coming into the round. They're going to have at least 7 going out of it.
Oh, I mean, that's it, right? Now it is down to them having to perform. Now it's down to this element of if the pressure wasn't on before, they'll be feeling it now. Because before they could go, yeah, I'll try and get a kill. I'll try and piece things together. We got Noah. Oh, no, we don't. We got Citizen. Oh, no, we don't. And you've still got these other pop-up players. Your lad's done his work, and Nath almost had his work done for him there. Holding and waiting. Dove moves his way in on the back end. They've still got the track step by step. And Nath, what are you doing? It took a clip of damage the first time round. Mowgli does at least get a bit of revenge, but here, the body balance is still in their favor. They still have a shield that they can work with. They don't have a shield on the defense anymore. Twisted Minds.
P9 making it a big double to close things out. And that is going to be another round for Twisted Minds. The first attack as well. A real big statement to make. Secret, mentally, they will know that they only got that second round on their attacks due to a very last second clutch coming in from Noah. And I think they are going to feel very much backs to the wall here under a lot of pressure. As we said, we saw it was almost perfect, really. I think, you know, if you're looking at the mental game, if I'm Twisted Minds and you say to me, you can kill 2 players and leave 3 left alive, who do you want to take off the board? You're choosing Noah and Citizen every single time because all they've done, as you said, you know, it piles more pressure on those 3 that are struggling to perform today, Savage, Mowgli and Nath, and it didn't go well for them. They were picked apart inside a site, and all you've done there is just double down on that and just increase that pressure, increase that mental strain, increase that desire to perform that sometimes can just push you over the edge into that difficulty to perform. And right now, Twisted Minds, they are benefiting greatly. Great play from them. Again, so many crossfires we saw at the end there. 3 versus 3, and they just really didn't give many opportunities over to Secret. They dealt with the clash brilliantly, had the angle from behind. Yeah, all good stuff coming out from Twisted Minds.
At this point, you then go to that balance, that sort of, you know, the timeout that netted them one, the importance of the back and forth rounds, and Twisted Minds, they just keep responding. And it's that thing that I sort of said before, where because they've been able to get themselves that much further ahead on the first half, Twisted Minds, it's just the balance of time might be something that keeps the element ahead. Secret, they don't have a chance to build in towards the holds on the map, towards the sort of setup and the approach of it. Changing mags. There's a lot of work still to be put in on this map, and you know, when we sort of sight and look back at the fortress that kept on going, that was even halves up until we got into overtime, where it was every single defensive round was won, apart from Secret breaking the deadlock and getting attacked towards the very end. It was a heavily defender-sided when the pressure was on moment, and well, the pressure is on Secret. So can they try and lock in towards that energy they had once upon a time when they needed it the most? Noah says yes. It's a bit of revenge for the previous round, and Mowgli gets himself his 3rd for the map itself. Shotgun wants to go on an adventure, but ill-advised as Nath is caught out. But at this point with Savage putting another body down, I think they've been able to set a little bit of calm in the chaos.
Yeah, you would really expect Secret to be coming away with this round. I'd be extremely surprised if not. You've got P9, very low health, down to about 3 or 4 HP. You've still got a clash on the board. You know, everything is set for them to take this one. However, Hasham, again, if you could have cherry-picked an operator to take off the board, it would have been that shield. He gets rid of Savage and leaves them now in a 2 versus 3. It is no more than a glimmer of hope for Twisted Minds here in round 8, but A glimmer it is nonetheless. Secret are playing right on top of that diffuser, though. They know its position and they are just going to hold and wait for the gunfights to come to them. Patience will win the day. It will win the round of that, I am certain, for them. P9, he's going to find himself taken out, but Hasham does take down Mowgli. That's 2 kills in the round. He's going to need to find 2 more, make it a total of 4 if he wants to win this. 15 seconds, grabs the diffuser. He's going to be looking for those fights. He really doesn't have an opportunity to plant here, to be honest. He has to just go and try and find kills. And Secret, they just need to keep walking in the same direction. Noah, I think, senses that the man had peeked the opposite way, has a look around and gets his kill. And that's going to be Team Secret taking their 3rd round. It's 5-3 to Twisted Minds.
Still traded rounds, though. And that's that sort of problem I'm talking about there before, where Secret have not been able to get themselves 2 rounds in a row. They haven't been able to get that confidence. And maybe if this game of back and forth had happened a bit earlier on, they could feel a bit more comfortable. But remember, we opened with 3 solid rounds here from the side of Twisted Minds. They will get the chance at going towards that tertiary site and trying to take it on attack where things are a bit easier. And this even then wasn't a million miles away. The sort of 2 versus 1 situation from what was 5 versus 3 at one point. Either way. Now the 5 versus 3 here, Noah 15-5. I was going to make a comment after I think Jalad opened up 6 kills, no deaths over the first 3 rounds, maybe. I was going to say, oh, I really want to make the impression and be the MVP. And unfortunately, since then, it's sort of drifted away. But Noah and Hasham psychically were like, no, I want that reward. I'm just currently that step ahead.
I'm just considering Noah's contribution so far. Obviously, it's massive. And I think this game would be over if you removed Noah's I'm pretty sure there's rounds that have, you know, basically just, there's at least 2 rounds that will have come on the back of Noah's kills in those rounds. So I think if you were to remove them, yeah, we would have a situation where Twisted Minds would already have won. That's the size of his contribution. He's looking at dropping a 20-kill game here, and we're only in round 9. There's a long way to go yet, and Secret desperately need Noah to continue on that streak, because right now he is certainly keeping them in this. 5-3 then it continues. Twisted Minds, round 9, they are attacking onto the downstairs site. So far in EML, we've seen this site played a few times, and every time it has been about taking that verticality, something we didn't actually see very much of at SI. We saw more of horizontal takes onto this site. So let's see what Twisted Minds go with this time around. They have got the sledge, so that would obviously scream that it's going to be vertical control. They're heading on in there now, and there is not too much of a challenge upstairs towards that at the minute. There's just Savage on the Solis, but he's actually going to be forced back down White Stairs anyway, so the path should be clear for Sledge to start swinging that hammer.
Minute 30, and at this point, Secret, I'm going to say they feel untested, but you can see that they're happy to sort of sit and wait. Obviously, if Mowgli swings this, the door will reveal his actions before he does. So instead, gets some support. Savage. Does he risk just the spray through? Do they risk taking the first fight, or are they happy to sit and wait and know they've got somebody held at bay? But remember, it's 2 sort of players here. It's a network of the defenders, and their cost and their worry is this. There's the grenade that swings its way around. As I said, that has gone unpunched, so they're still testing it. There's finally the motion, and Mowgli operates on the back of it. A great 1-2. And now frees them up to start looking towards the stairs itself.
Yeah, Team Secret just feel to me like they're taking fewer risks here, and it's paying off for them. They're not giving those opportunities over to Twisted Minds. Mowgli's coming online and getting a few kills as well, and that could be a real difference maker, as we know. Make it 3 for the round. Jalad keeps them in it, though. Tricks manages to find Savage, and this, by contrast, is what Twisted Minds have done so well. I commented how they've been struggling in the entry game. There's only Jalad who's picked up entry kills for them. He's got 3 to his name, but that's not great in 9 rounds. and Twisted Minds have been able to find answers. They've been able to fight back from the disadvantage. Now then, they're not going to know that that man is led prone behind the wall. Tricks, he finds Naif. They're going to have to do something to stop this diffuser going down, but they won't. And Tricks does a phenomenal job of winning the round for Twisted Minds. And just as I was saying that they continue to find a way, they continue to find the answers when questions are asked. They continue to do so and put themselves on that point.
Never give up. Seems to be a mentality they live by. It is not over till it's over. And again, a region that hasn't had a full team representation of MENA inside sort of tier 1 league system. Even when we had the EML introduction, it was Orgs that moved in first. They are more than happy to put their name up there amongst the top and put it above who were one of the top dogs of the previous EML year. Just even losing the opener. What a drift, what a drive-by. Fantastic performance. Not done yet. One more round. 6-3 here, Twisted Minds, and I'll Secret back over on towards the top, staying in positions where they can sort of lock themselves in, try and keep themselves going. Obviously, they did the site rotation, right? They kept themselves moving. The tertiary side and the ground floor is the sort of softer one, but you had to win it anyway, and they didn't. So now what can they do other than hope that, well, they'll get another chance to try and win it again, Tim?
5 seconds remaining.
That's all that's left for Secret at this point, I think, is hope. You know, Twisted Minds are certainly in the driving seat, and they really don't show any signs of letting up the pressure. Secret, of course, having one successful defense so far, but otherwise it has all been Twisted Minds in the second half, pretty much as it was in the first. Secret looking a little bit weakened in their first game here in EML compared to the team that we saw in the 6th Invitational in Paris, of course, just over a month ago. So we head into it. They're going to know that the Warden is down at the bottom of Old Tower. They're keen to maybe go and take this fight. Just going to be having a look and seeing if he wants to get aggressive or not, but Mowgli is just going to dip himself away a little bit. Doesn't want to give them any angle onto him cheaply. B9 nade onto White Stairs for the time being. This is just about softening. It's about exploring. It's about finding those secret players and where the opportunities might lie.
Secret on the back of the work done by Noah. Mowgli's been able to sort of step in. Unfortunately, Citizen's not quite been able to keep having a continual mark. It's been a bit quieter with this continuation, but Savage and Naif, there's two big brains that you sort of hop on about with their skills IGLing, with their strat combining. Haven't quite been able to get the prep time pulled into possibility. Maybe it's the map. Maybe it's the first day. Maybe it's the opponents. But unfortunately, all those maybes have just put us in a position where maybe they'll lose this round, maybe they'll lose next round, you know? Here, Twisted Minds, they're not rushing into anything. Getting themselves just the call, just the pressure, and Glad more than happy to sort of sit and wait as the flashes come out. There needs to be a bit of motion behind it. The utility is dumped and the bullets start to be in the same position they're in. Hash on, but he's quite isolated here. The grenade will force a bit of motion. There's one for Tricks. And now, pushing their way up the stairs, Tim. 50 seconds of 5 versus 4.
Yeah, we're about to see what Twisted Minds can do when they find themselves in a time crunch. They haven't really engineered a position yet that will enable them to put that diffuser down. With 30 seconds left to go, it's going to have to be a little bit of a collapse. It's going to be Citizen collapsing, though, as he finds himself down but not out. Mowgli manages to take down Jalad Naif onto Dover as well. Secret are holding on well. We're effectively now in a 3 versus 2. How about that from Noah? Beautiful. clip onto the man who had led Prone Mowgli with a nitro, and Secret within about 15 seconds managed to dash Twisted Mind's hopes of taking it there, and then they take a 4th round for themselves, and that is 1 of 3 that they have to win back to back, and therein lies the problem. They're going to have to win on every single site.
And that's it. It's the point I made just before that. Maybe they'll lose on this one. Maybe they'll lose on the next. Maybe they'll lose when they go back towards that tertiary. Twisted Minds, they're just going to have a conversation about it. They know that this is the site that they lost last time round. They know that they're going to go here because, well, why wouldn't they? Up towards command office and bathroom, and comes that moment where, yeah, Noah was able to pull a 3k in. We've talked about the importance of him as a player, but that was, I think, statistically one of the best rounds we've seen from the side of Secret. They had pretty much everyone still standing. They lost the opener and then pushed it back in. But the entry has been a bit back and forth, and well, as this conversation comes together, this is sometimes said as one of the hardest rounds to win, Tim. It's the one where you're only 1 round away from putting it to bed. I mean, how many times have Secret come back from the death on this map?
You don't have to look far back to find the history, but this is a different team to that one, and it's just whether they can gel, whether they can find that spark, that energy that they need in time, or whether Twisted Minds are going to be able to close this out. We're going to see a continued use of Solid Snake being brought along by Twisted Minds. We've seen a reasonable amount of him so far to say his first EML play day that Solid Snake is available. We've seen him largely used in the way expected, which is on that roam clear, using it to quickly clear areas of the map and just get that little bit of intel ahead of fights. It's done great work, but instead of that, they're actually going to move to the Thatcher. Obviously, just seeing something on the drones there that they weren't happy with, and I would imagine that it's going to be a yellow lightning-shaped operator icon that they weren't too keen on dealing with.
Swapping mags.
That first engagement has actually been quite far away from being the tell of how the rounds go. Only 4 times throughout this showdown has the opener been the sort of decider. It really shows those narrow kind of margins, but it also shows how both these teams are ones that have that clutch capability, that have the skill of driving themselves back into a game and ride up white stairs. We know the importance of this position. As I said, you often set up this crossfire. They've got the Fenrir in mind. They've got the long route forward. First smoke canister will pop off, but force them a little bit further back down the stairs. They're worried about a C4 though. That loop is a dangerous one to suffer on the wrong side of, and well, there goes the C4 thrower, Tim.
Citizen going to be taken down, and that is certainly not ideal for Team Secret here. The Warden and the Nitro off the board, especially with the Ying being on the opposite side. You really do want those glasses, those ability to see through the flashes. 5 versus 4 then. Twisted Minds, 1 minute 20 left on the clock. Plenty of time. The Dokubi call is likely to signal a bit of a push forward here, a bit of go time for Twisted Minds as they start pushing on in. We can hear the Candelas, but Nave, he stands tall. He needs this. It's been a quiet game from him, and it's not going to get any louder as Trix manages to find one. P9, Gelad, they all get involved in the action. And Twisted Minds, they announced their arrival in EML with a Play-Day 1 win against Team Secret.
Never gave up. Made sure that they kept the pressure on. Knew that they were up against giants, but Tim, they wanted to stand that little bit taller. A perfect opener here for the team that we kind of all looked at and said, if anyone's going to be able to do it on the first day, they are the ones. And of a day of results, some expected, some unexpected. I think this one sort of met our expectations of being a great game full of clutches. But it's been a pleasure working with you today, Tim. One more time, I'll throw it over towards a break before we're back at that desk.
A wonderful start for this EML adventure for this MENA representation roster. You love to see it. They had a great start on their attack, on their defenses, and then in these attacks it carried over as well, making sure they can lock this game out in regulation. Welcome points, and that means they are now somewhere at the top of this group as well, Jack. That is amazing stuff for them.
Yeah, I think so. It'd have been very easy to say that, yeah, Secret would have been favourites for this group. Maybe Falcons would have been favourite for this group. But Twisted Minds, they've put a statement out there. They've got a massive win over what is the top 2 team in the world, the best team in Europe, undisputed. And I think, you know, they've been absolutely excellent. Leo said it at the halftime break. He said it's good being on the defense. You can control positions, you've got powerful operators, and you can play on individual skill. But what will happen when you get on the attack? Well, what happened when they got on the attack is Twisted Minds stayed true to form. They barely brought any hard breach. They brought a lot of fragging operators. They managed to find lurks. They managed to find pockets of aggression and find a way to win the rounds, as shown here with Trixie's clutch. It's not a 1 versus 2, but it is an effective 1 versus 2 because the plant's going down and manages to find a way using that gun skill and that pure aggression.
And you see that, the 2 main actors of the match, Noah, who honestly, if he wasn't there, the match would have ended way earlier. Completely carried Secret, the only one keeping them in the race. 4-0 in entries, incredible KOST. I mean, we look at this and we think he's still there, the Noah that we know and love from SI. Hashom on the other side, incredible 1v3 clutch. and he was also instrumental in the attack on getting so many of those kills back whenever they were losing the momentum. On that Lion, especially as a cutoff or as a lurk, he got so many kills back that brought them rounds that they should not have won. If we look at the way they played, honestly, I love the abuse of the Lion, of the KIB, of the Blitz, like you said, the Demos as well. All those operators that are going to create movement and chaos, where they can really thrive and use their individual skill to punish movement. I love it because that's it. We have MENA representation in EML, and they're playing with the playstyle that I wanted, and we're seeing the incredible individual level from every one of them. You know, I really love it that we have this for our region.
Yeah, the good thing is, Leo, they must have been hearing your praises as well, because we do have Trix waiting at the sideline to ask him a few questions after this game. Trix, congratulations on your victory with your first game in the EML. We saw big reactions from you on the player cam. How are you feeling?
I'm hyped, to be fair. I'm very emotional in games, so I like to keep the hype up in the team.
I mean, we saw that.
Go on, Leo.
Even back in the LCQ, I'm honestly just screaming all the time, just trying to hype the boys.
Speaking about hyping up the boys, I was, thinking about the creation of this roster, because at first, when I saw your lineup, I saw 7 players, and I was like, who is going to be playing? Are you guys going to rotate and stuff like this? Can you tell me more about like how did you build the roster? Is it the same 5 we're going to see the whole season and the other as subs? How does it work for you guys?
I mean, currently, like the roster that we're sticking with right now is the team that we just played with. It might change in the future, we don't know. But so far, we're going to stick to this roster.
Sounds good. I mean, seems to work.
Yeah.
How did it feel preparing against Secret? You know, you obviously see them at the 6th Invitational Final. Now they've got 2 new players. What was the thought process behind preparing against the team? Why did you go to Fortress, for example?
I mean, personally, I think the team's dynamic slightly changed since they lost Jum and Adrian. But overall, everyone knew like they were going to be a weaker team going into this tournament. But I mean, I just took it like it was any game, to be honest.
Another big thing for you guys as well is that there finally is MENA representation inside the Europe MENA League. How big is that for you guys?
I mean, it's an insane feeling, to be honest. Like, especially after the regions got merged, and last year there was no like MENA players in the league. It kind of sucked, to be fair. Full year of not playing, so it's very, very nice now and very, amazing.
Well, you showed that you deserve to be here with that first victory against the core of the number 2 at the 6th Invitational. So once again, congratulations on the victory and good luck with your next game.
Thank you once again. Yes. See ya.
Always good to hear from them as well. And to speak a little bit about, the roster as well, right? Because we did have those question marks. 7 players register on the sheet. Who really is going to be playing? Seems like they are taking one of the twins only here, Leo.
Yeah, only one of them, but at least, you know what? He was, I guess, involved in the support role. Didn't have the best of the game statistically. I think he went 1 and 10, but he was there helping with the shields, helping creating the movement. And you know what? The most important thing, they defeated Secret, the team that just went in the grand final of 6 Invitational. And like Trix said, I think he recognized that going into this, they weren't scared. They're like, okay, they've lost 2 of their best players. We're going to take them on, and we're confident we can win. And it's exactly the confidence we were expecting from these guys. Yes, they're new to EML, but they're not new to Tier 1 or to international play. And we can see that already. That experience is showing up. And in a short stage like this one, like Kickoff is, you need to perform straight up in the first match, and it showed today.
We'll have a look at these, the results, for today. There's a lot of things that we still have to go through, but let's go for those results first, because we had some fast games, but luckily, near the end of the day, they started getting a little bit more competitive. I feel like that Twisted Minds win over Secret. Sure, Secret has changed a lot, but I still think we could consider this as a potential upset. Great start for Virtus Pro with that new roster as well. Rebels, off to a wonderful start to their first game inside this level in this type of competition, and they take the victory over GK. Now, I want to look at the standings, because as you were saying as well, and then in particular for that group on Group B, we'll be talking about in a little bit as well, that is going to be a really close group, right? Heretics right now at the bottom of this group here. G2 haven't played their game yet, but especially for Group B, given that you do have a Falcons in that one, you have a Secret in that one, you have Adjusted Minds, Rebels who pick up a victory today, that at the very bottom, Jack, I feel like this might become a really difficult brawl for who gets to be at this top 4.
Yeah, I think so. I think the obvious choice for the team that would be eliminated, I would say, going into this group before we saw any Siege played today, maybe would have been Rebels. That being said, they put in an incredible performance. I think GK might feel like they're in a little bit of trouble given how Twisted Minds just performed as well, because Twisted Minds just beat Secret, and Falcons are going to be, or expected to be, the top team in this group and inside of EML by far. So I think this one's shaping up to be a really, really nice group, because if Rebels can cause some upsets, we know GK do have potential to cause upsets as well, and Twisted Minds have already caused one. This is probably the group to watch, in all honesty.
Yeah, we've already seen 2 upsets, let's say, out of the 4 matches we've seen today. It's going to be scary because even though we're only eliminating 1 team from each group, the pressure is going to be there for sure. GK especially already now, but Secret as well. I mean, you know, you didn't think they would be in that position already, and it's only the first day, so there's a lot at stake right now in the kickoff.
It truly is, and we are moving fast as well because there is another play day tomorrow, again for a best of ones. And for all of you in the Twitch chat who've been asking, where's Stompin'? Where's Shaiko? Where is June? Well, you get to see them tomorrow in those final 2 games. G2 and Falcons with their first game, with those new rosters, those exciting changes that we saw happening to the teams. And then, of course, Shifters having a day off for tomorrow as well. And then we're looking at Secret. After that loss, they also need to sit tomorrow out, Leo, and kind of wait and see what happens with the other teams in that group.
I mean, it's good. They need to hit that reset button. I'm sure the way they played today is probably not up to the potential that they have. I could still feel the disconnection everywhere in the game. Like, they were disjointed. When you leave that many gaps against a team that loves chaos and loves to thrive in multi-kills, you will get punished. And, you know, I saw so many examples of Hasham being able to go get kills from the other side of the map. I saw moments where he was able to go and flank in the one staircase they needed to look at. The flank drones weren't there. You know, we're used to Secret being able to be able to adapt, but also being able to have the best discipline. And that network of information and discipline is not there right now. It will need to be rebuilt around the 2 new players.
Let me just rewind you to stage 2, Leo. Secret, what was it, 0 and 3? Put the game on, yes. EML desk. He had an interview with us and he said, we will just trust the process. That's exactly what they did. So I do think Secret will be fine in the end. I think ultimately for me, just recapping the play day really, really quickly, is that I think the 3 teams that I kind of expected out to be duking for that 4th spot, you know, behind Secret, G2 and Falcons, who I expected to be the top 3, you know, was VP, was Shifters and Twisted Minds, and I think all 3 put in really dominant performances today. So I think playoffs are going to be extra special when we get to the point of determining who goes to the major.
Yeah, I honestly can't wait for that. But we will have to for a little bit. Still 4 playdays left inside our group phase. Around best of 1, around robin. So many words, and if you put them in the wrong order, it's not going to sound like anything. But we will call it a day for today. Our 4 first games have concluded. We'll be back again tomorrow with more action here, same time, same place, with the first match starting at 6 p.m. CEST. For now, thank you so much for watching and have a great rest of your night.